Good evening. Welcome to the Scotch Plains Fanwood Board of Education regular public meeting agenda, which is live and live streamed. Today is September 30th, 2020. Mrs. Saradaki, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Kulikowski.
Yes.
Oh, I heard somebody calling you. Mrs. Bauer,
Here.
Mrs. Boroff,
Here.
Mrs. Brody,
Here.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Here.
Mrs. Suriani,
Here.
Mrs. Williams,
Here.
Mrs. Winkler,
Here.
Mr. Murray,
Here.
Dr. Kulikowski.
Here.
Quorum is present.
Thank you, Mrs. Saradaki. Please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of
of
America,
America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, an executive session, which we held just prior to coming here to the public portion of the meeting. We discussed personnel and the legal status report. At this time, we have some additions to the agenda. We have 31 LET. We have 1 BUS, staff training and addendum, 8 BUS, swing contract, 9 BUS, refuse disposal bid, and 10 BUS, a special education settlement. Now, the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend meetings of public bodies at which business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Scotch Plains Fanwood Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Board of Education offices located at 512 Cedar Street, Scotch Plains, New Jersey. Such notice was also provided in written notice to the Times, the Star Ledger, the Township Clerk of Scotch Plains, and the Borough Clerk of Fanwood in the annual notice of regularly scheduled meetings as adopted March 26, 2020. Tonight, we will have 3 instructional updates. One will be the professional development technology, one from EI Associates, and the other from Environmental Safety Management Associates. Who's ready to go first?
So Dr. Kulikowski, I would like to just say that first we are going to have the update on the technology.
All
And
right.
This is a very exciting instructional update that reflects the good work that our teachers did in preparation for the academic year with the support of the EEF, our Educational Enrichment Foundation. So I'd like to turn it to Dr. McGarry to make the introductions.
Thank you, Dr. Mast. Thank you, Dr. McGarry.
Can we hear Dr. McGarry?
There we go.
All right.
So good evening, everybody, and thank you, Dr. Mast, for giving us some time to talk a little bit about the really intense and incredible work that has been going on since we closed school in June and took a lot of survey data from our parents, our students, our teachers to really develop a much more robust program of virtual learning for the fall. And some really innovative approaches to doing this that are continuing to build our capacity to offer our students this very robust program. I'm going to introduce 3 staff members, Lisa Howard, who is our supervisor of world languages, as well as Kristen Sakini and Ali Neidig, who spent some time this summer working collaboratively with Ms. Howard and others in helping us to build this system. So Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Dr. McGarry. So we can get started on the next slide, please. Okay, so here we are. So as Dr. McGarry said, we were very excited this summer to look towards working with each other as a team of supervisors, principals, and teachers to get ready for the new school year. One of the ideas that we had swirling around in our conversation was the need to have people in each of our buildings that represented a cross section of the grade levels and the departments who could be our go-to technology coaches, if you will, for our staff members. What we decided to do in July was to put together this team of 41 teachers across the district to receive their Google Certified Educator certifications. And what we did was every week we met as a cohort, all 41 people and myself, and we helped each other work through the 26 hours of training modules that are required by Google to become Google Certified Educators. We had weekly discussions about how we could best support the instructional technology needs of our colleagues. And we even role-played coaching sessions so that these Google Certified Educators would be able to work as technology coaches this year with their colleagues in every building. And by the end of the summer, we're proud to announce that all 41 people were able to take and pass their level 1 and level 2 Google Certified Educator certifications, which is very exciting. Thank you, Dr. Mast. And as we move into as we've already moved into the school year, we're super excited to keep this work moving forward. Last week, we were able to host drop-in technology sessions for our staff members. We held 3 a day at different times of the day to accommodate different schedules of individuals. And those drop-in technology sessions were hosted by the tech coaches. Those were the people who were Google certified educators this summer. And people, staff members were able to drop in as needed to get the instructional technology help that they needed. Moving forward, we'll be starting this very soon across the district. We are going to be working through a process by which teachers and staff members throughout the district will be able to reach out and book a coaching session with one of our tech coaches. And here, as Dr. McGarry said, we have with us tonight, we have Miss Kristen Cecchini and Miss Ali Neidig from McGinn Elementary School and Terrell Middle School. And if Kristen and Ali, if you're there, if you can just share with our group tonight, as you worked through the process of becoming Google certified educators this year, if you could just share with us what personal benefits that you got out of this, and what are some of the success stories you've been able to already have with your colleagues this year?
Sure, I'll go first. Hi, everybody. It's nice to be here. Thank you for having me. I was really, really lucky, and I feel really grateful that I was one of the people who was able to take those Google certification classes myself. I learned a ton just from doing the sessions online, but I learned even more from those meetings with Lisa and being able to collaborate with colleagues. As much as I felt like I knew a ton about Google after taking the classes, hearing how other teachers would take the Google tools and apply them for specific educational purposes was really wonderful. And that's what I'm really looking forward to continuing to do. Asking my colleagues what their thoughts are on how to use these tools. And it really is such a collaboration that I can't wait to continue working with everyone else and hearing their ideas. I was lucky enough to lead my very first PD session this summer. I will say that our Google certification cohort kind of made me feel confident enough to finally take that leadership role. And it was really exciting teaching my colleagues how to use Google Sites, which was brand new to me, but we worked through it together. And I'm proud to say that I heard from several teachers who created a Google site and shared it with their classes before the school year even started as a way to reach out to their families and their students and kind of form connections and bonds before the school year even started, which I think was really important this year because we won't be able to see our students in person right away. So I was really proud that people felt confident enough with what I had taught them to use it right away. And I really look forward to learning more from my colleagues.
Thank you, Kristen. And Ali, if you could just share with us some of your personal successes so far.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am Ali Neidig, and I teach physical education and health at Terrell Middle School. And I have to completely agree with Kristen. This was just such a phenomenal experience for me. Being a PE teacher, any chance that I get to learn some different tech tools and be involved with technology, I love, because, that's something that isn't really used a lot in our area. So it was just great to learn and collaborate with other teachers. And, part of the reason I became a teacher is because I love teaching people things and I love teaching new things. So to have the opportunity to help teachers and teach them and just make everyone's life a little bit easier has been great so far. This past week in my STAR class at Terrell, I actually decided to teach my sixth graders how to clean up their Google Drives and to organize and create a calendar on Google Docs where they can put their homework assignments and highlight important dates. And it was just so amazing to see, these sixth graders doing things on Google Drive and with technology. And then I was able to teach other teachers how to show their students how to make calendars and do the same thing. So, at Terrell, I can tell you, we've all been working together, teaching each other and helping our students learn and navigate through this new virtual world that we're in. And it's been really great. And, it just makes people feel better and happy to know that we're there to help one another and support each other. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It's really been amazing.
Great. Thank you so much. So moving forward into the end of the summer, we were able to, with the support of the EEF, we were able to offer 10 workshops, 10 one-hour-long workshops, that last week of summer, all around different technology topics. And these topics came from surveys that we asked of staff members at the end of the school year and throughout the summer. And again, we're proud to partner with the EEF to offer these workshops for our teachers right before school got started. And we listed the titles here for you. Another thing we were able to do right before school got started was during one of the 4 professional development days, we were able to host an entire morning of a virtual technology ed camp. And the ed camp was designed so that staff members can choose their lane on the information technology highway, and identify their comfortability level and their technology skills in a self-assessment that they took that morning. So we developed workshops that fit into 3 different categories. We had the on-ramp, we had the cruising, which was the middle lane, and we had the pedal to the metal for our staff members who feel the most comfortable with technology. And that morning, we were able to hold 29 simultaneous sessions that were facilitated by the members of our Google cohort. It was an excellent morning. And by the end of the morning, everybody had a unique experience in being able to choose the workshops that best suited their needs. Here's an example of, these were some of our on-ramp courses that we offered that morning. So you can see we had everything from a basic introduction to the student iPads to learning how to use Google Slides for beginners. And after that, that day, we were able to get some excellent feedback from our staff members, which is really great, in the work that we do, that we were able to have this opportunity for staff members and get such great feedback right away is truly rewarding. And we were most happy to hear that people felt extremely prepared and extremely supported and grateful by the fact that they were able to have a customized experience in their professional development that morning with the technology support. Okay. And then finally, we took all of the material from that ed camp that we offered that morning during the professional development day and created a website called the SPF Instructional Technology Hub. And on this website, we have now a catalog of all of the technology workshops that we offered at the end of the summer and during the ed camp. So this way, all of our staff members can go back and review the technology workshops as needed, and they're there for us to have. So it was really rewarding being able to create this bank of resources for our district by the end of the summer. And last, but certainly not least, because there's more to come, we're excited to announce that tomorrow night, the SPFEA, the Pride Committee of the SPFEA, is hosting the first annual Techno Night. And this will be tomorrow night between 7 and 8:30. A flyer is available on the district's website. And this is a night for parents to come out to be able to, parents and caregivers and guardians, whoever's at home working with our students, to learn a little bit more about the tools that we use as a district. We'll have 3 sessions. They're entitled organize your Gmail, manage Google Classroom, and Chromebooks tips and tricks. And again, this event is free for our parents and caregivers in the district and sponsored by the SPFEA Pride Committee. So we encourage everyone to check out the flyer on our website. And if you can make it, we have those 3 exciting workshops available for the district, for the community. And finally, on behalf of the entire administrative team and all of our talented and dedicated staff members, we would love to thank the Board of Education and all of our SPF families for your support. And we truly look forward to the road that will eventually lead us back to safe in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Does any of the board members have comments or questions for Lisa or Robert on this work?
I don't have a question, but I want to thank Lisa for organizing the event and having Allie and Kristen were able to have the opportunity to provide PD for their colleagues. And it gave them an experience as well as giving others the know-how of how to use all this new technology in ways that we haven't had to do before. And I appreciate Dr. McGarry having them come here and share this tonight with the board and with the public. And I will definitely tune into something tomorrow for the techno sessions. Thank you for offering that as well.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
I think that's great. And I'd like to probably go to the techno session tomorrow since I'm a little challenged with technology. In the event that I can't, will this be recorded? Or
I believe-
anyone else?
I believe that the teachers who are facilitating the sessions are going to be recording them. I'll just confirm that with them. And then once they're available, we'll make sure that the community knows how to access those materials.
Great, thanks,
Great.
Lisa.
Great question. Thank you.
I just want to say, I think it's fabulous that you have a tech support group that, because once you learn something, that's great. But then as you do it, you figure out things you need to know. And that's fabulous that you can support everybody like that.
I just want to add as well that it shows the commitment of our teachers and administration to, no matter what's in front of us, no matter the situation in this tough pandemic virtual learning, that we're committed to the best education for our students. And your program shows that clearly. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for the kind words. I will just highlight one last thing that I don't know if Ms. Neidig and Ms. Cicchini really touched upon, but I will say it on their behalf. What was great for me was being able to see these 2 teachers and all of our coaches work with teachers across the district. And I think that really is a silver lining of this virtual learning experience that we're all going through. We have teachers working with each other and helping each other that have never met each other before. So we have, Ms. Cicchini helping a high school teacher. She teaches kindergarten and she's helping a high school teacher develop a website. And I think that's truly a silver lining of this whole experience this year that we should be proud of and hold on to.
And an example of community, for sure.
Definitely, Karen.
And if I could, I'd like to circle back to the EEF because they came in the spring knowing how we were depending on technology in a new way, saying we really want to help the district somehow and support the teachers in their use of technology. And they left it open-ended that way. And we brought it to the administrative team to say, how can we do it? And this is the idea that emerged from that offer and that partnership. So.
Excellent collaboration, Dr. Mast.
And if I may just build upon that, and something I shared with the EEF recently was foundations that support school districts like them are always looking for projects that can have the greatest reach. This project absolutely has touched every student in our district and every teacher in our district. It's a really impressive support from them.
Mrs. Bauer, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say, in addition to all the many benefits that people have already talked about, I think it's the leadership opportunities have been wonderful. And I wanted to mention that I know everybody's aware that there's a new teacher leader certification. And so many of our staff, perhaps they're interested in that. They're certainly already doing it without the certification. And I appreciate them being role models. And thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Bauer. Any other comments? Questions? Thank you, Dr. McGarry.
So next, we have the consultants that we've been working with regarding our ventilation and our HVAC systems. And I just want to thank the EI associates and the Environmental Safety Management associates for their guidance in helping prepare us to bring our students back to school safely. We have identified November 20th as our target date to transition students back. And the reason why November 20th was selected, it's not just this random date, it's the end of the first quarter of school. So November 20th was our target date, and we want to transition back to the hybrid model, given that it's the beginning of the second quarter of the school year. We've already begun phasing back certain groups of students. The first phase has brought back our students in self-contained classes. And in doing that, we did work with our consultants to make sure that those spaces were ready to accept a larger number of people in the room. Next, we're going to look to bring back our grades pre-K through fourth. We're going to do that incrementally if the ventilation concerns are addressed in all of the spaces where we need to put them. And then we will return to our middle school and high school students in that sequence. We are always looking at the health and data in our towns and in the county to guide our next steps in opening safely. So we're going to start with the Environmental Safety Management Associates. I'm going to ask Dr. Richard Lynch to explain the work that he has done with us, and then we will follow with the EI Associates.
Thank you, Dr. Mast, and thank you, Board of Education. Dr. Richard Lynch here. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mast reached out to us as part of your reopening plan and asked that we do an assessment of representative classrooms throughout the entire district to ensure that as you work through the social distancing issues, the use of face masks, the enhanced cleaning and disinfection aspects that were identified in the roadmap, along with your educational demands, that we be clear that the ventilation system was also doing as much as it could to meet the requirements for reducing the likelihood of COVID transmission through respiratory droplets. By way of background, I'm a certified industrial hygienist and former professor of industrial hygiene and public health at Rutgers University right there in Piscataway, New Brunswick. And a long time ago in my career, I was the original researcher that developed the basis of the PE OSHA indoor air quality standard that is now enforced throughout the state of New Jersey. And so what we did over the course of a couple of days on site, September 11th and 14th, was we actually collected actual airflow measurement data from, I think, roughly 178 classrooms throughout the district. And that was represented by classrooms in each of your operating schools. The goal of these inspections was to determine if airflow was meeting the levels that would be expected for the vintage of the various units that you have there. And you've got a variety of different systems there in place to get a sense of whether were particular classrooms that may be underperforming relative to others, and that might require some attention on the part of either your in-house facility staff, or maybe some additional attention, perhaps by people who, maybe mechanical contractors or others, if there were repairs that needed to be made that may be beyond the capacities of your in-house staff. We were interested not in how much, what the design characteristics were, but more specifically, what the actual performance characteristics were, given the condition of them. We then took the information that we had and we asked your mechanical contractor in your district to be able to give us a sense of how much outdoor air those particular units can realistically be expected to be able to introduce while controlling temperature and humidity, given the reasonable range of temperatures and humidities that we know are likely to happen over the course of the school year, both in the beginning now, as well as when we move into the cooler months of the winter and then back into the spring. We compared the airflows and the projected outdoor air introduction rates to the minimum standard that the PE OSHA indoor air quality standard would require for outdoor air introduction per person, and use that against your reduced occupancy expectations during, when you return to in-person instruction, given the limitations of the 6-foot social distancing, et cetera. And from that, we were able to provide the district with some recommendations for which rooms we thought might require particular attention and what we thought were reasonably well-ventilated occupancy guidance for the various rooms. What we learned was that, as expected, the district in each of the buildings has a variety of types of ventilation systems, some overhead systems, some unit ventilators under the windows. In some cases, you've got a combination of those kinds of systems in rooms, and a variety of filter capacities. We outlined how those systems worked in each of the buildings, and then from that made for sort of classroom specific recommendations for what we thought were priorities to look for. Some of those priorities certainly included upgrading filter efficiencies to as high as that which is possible given the vintage of equipment that you have there, without breaking equipment or without damaging parts of the systems, and what would be reasonably expected to be sustainable under the conditions that we're describing. And so for each of the 8 schools, we made a series of recommendations. I can provide you with a quick summary, an overview summary of what we found here. We feel that at the rates that we saw, about 25% of the classrooms as measured would be projected to accommodate over 10 to 12 occupants while introducing the PE OSHA minimum standard of 15 cubic feet per minute of outdoor air per person at roughly 15 to 25% outdoor air introduction. And about 44% of the classrooms at the current flow rates would be expected to be able to bring enough ventilation in for 5 to 9 persons. And then there were smaller numbers where we found, for example, that in some cases unit ventilators weren't working or overhead units weren't working. In some cases, we found units that when they met their temperature thermostat set point, that they're programmed as is typical for the fans to stop running when you meet your temperature. Well, that makes sense under normal pre-COVID conditions, but under COVID, CDC and ASHRAE all recommend that to the extent possible, you'd like to sort of reprogram those systems to continue to operate whenever you have students in the room, so that you're always bringing in dilution ventilation. We've made some recommendations for fresh air damper positions during your period of remote instruction, which is when teachers and maybe a few students may be in the building, as well as when you return to in-person instruction. And we provided, some details on that. So it's our, from that, we sort of had a few recommendations, some of which you're already doing very well. You're already reducing your planned density to meet the 6-foot social distancing. We made some recommendations for inspections and repairs and cleaning of certain air handling systems that might help them to generate more airflow. And then, of course, adjusting damper positions to ensure that that you're bringing in enough outdoor air for the people that are there. Working with your HVAC contractor to make sure that the systems can handle that, along with, again, the maximum filter efficiency that will work for the equipment that you have. It's also beyond these mechanical ventilation rates. CDC and ASHRAE both recommend that teachers be encouraged to open windows whenever possible, given weather conditions, to increase ventilation even beyond the rates that we're describing here. And that's a recommendation that we've made. And we understand that when classes return, that may present some thermal challenges, and people may need to address accordingly. But this is what CDC and ASHRAE are recommending, along with some other standard recommendations for things that you're already doing, plexiglass shields and HEPA filtered air scrubbers where possible. We also looked at your nurses' offices and made some recommendations there to improve either filtration or ventilation in those spaces, as well as to look for opportunities to make sure that you had safe COVID isolation rooms established. That would also be safe for the nurses and any others that may be visiting those spaces. So that's a summary of what we've done. And I believe that following our report, and even leading up to our report, that the district has already taken steps to begin to conduct the necessary cleaning, inspections, and work with your mechanical contractor to try to make sure that systems are working as well as they possibly can. With that, I think I'll stop at this point and pass it back to you, Dr. Mast.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lynch. I just want to clarify one thing. When you say that our systems needed to be cleaned, it's not that they hadn't been, but it was a level of cleaning that wouldn't be typical just based on the age of the units. That would require a very specific agent to really kind of unclog them from just years of accumulation to make them work more efficiently. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct. What we were asking for is beyond sort of normal annual summer cleaning. This is a special time, and given what we know about how these systems work, we made recommendations that really took some of the preventative maintenance and cleaning to a level that is really unusual.
And I did have the opportunity to shadow Dr. Lynch and his partner, just to see how we were actually measuring the data that he gathered in the room. The outcome of much of that data gathering resulted in how many students, how many people can fit into our classrooms, given our current conditions. So it was really a fascinating applied science and mathematics adventure for me. I think that it's something that everyone should get the opportunity to do, just to have a greater awareness of our environments. We're going to now move to the environmental safety management, and I'm going to ask James Hunter to join us along with his team. As I was shadowing Dr. Lynch, I also had the opportunity to shadow the environmental safety management. However, I couldn't be in two places at once for the entire time, and I just want to thank Amy Winkler for being able to be on this specific journey as well. So, so we all were able to learn a lot for in this work for the benefit of the district. So, Jamie.
Good evening, Dr. Mass. Thank you. I'm joined tonight by my colleagues, Mr. Michael Wozni, who's the Director of Educational Projects here at EI Associates, as well as Adam Caravaglia, who did a lot of the legwork traveling throughout your schools. And I'm going to turn this directly over to Michael, who's going to give an overall summary of what we've been doing. At the same time, I would request if I may have control of the screen so that I could share some information.
Yes, let me make sure I can make that happen.
Okay, good evening. I'm Michael Wozni with EI Associates. As Jamie mentioned, he and Adam are here. I'm an architect. Jamie's an architect. Adam's a mechanical engineer. Adam heads up our mechanical department, and he'll do most of the talking tonight, being that it is a mechanical report. I do want to start by stating that both Adam and Jamie have reported to me that your Buildings and Grounds Department and your administration have been taking very good care of maintaining your schools and your mechanical systems within them. And that is quite a compliment considering how old some of the equipment is. You've got a lot of unit ventilators that are, 60 years old and older. So with the events related to COVID-19, your district, as you say, you're starting in-person instruction in November. We've been assisting many of our school clients in the same situation. They're taking that time before opening up in person to bring their ventilation systems in compliance with the many recent guidelines and recommendations. And there are a lot of them. Dr. Lynch mentioned CDC. We're also following executive orders from the governor and the Department of Education road back plan that was published in June. A lot of these recommendations are recent, and we're catching up with them. So Adam has spent a lot of time conducting investigations himself of the existing HVAC systems serving all 8 of your schools, focusing on improving the ventilation and indoor air quality. Adam has also reviewed the airflow inspection report prepared by ESM Corp. And where our expertise overlaps, we concur with the findings of their report. That shouldn't be any surprise because, again, we're following all the same guidelines, ASHRAE recommendations as they relate to indoor air quality and COVID-19. And I'm sure you're all, and listening to industrial hygienists and mechanical engineers, you're learning all these acronyms that you probably never dreamed you'd be learning of 6 months ago. So Adam's report is broken down into short-term recommendations and long-term recommendations. And the short-term recommendations cover things that may be able to be completed by November or shortly thereafter. It includes, damper adjustments. Again, as Dr. Lynch noted, dilution is key in reducing the risk from COVID. The MERV upgrades of the filters, and also needlepoint bipolar ionization. This is something that we're using in light of COVID. It's a technology that's been around for a while. We've been using it for several years, mainly for its energy efficiency features. But it has recently been shown to be effective against COVID. It's safe for use in schools. It's got UL ozone-free certification. And it's something that we see, especially with older equipment. For example, your old unit ventilators, they may only be able to accommodate a MERV 8 filter. That, in conjunction with the ionization, can give you the effectiveness of something closer to a MERV 13 filter, which is really what your goal is. So when Adam's done, we can talk a little bit more about timelines and costs for that. We just gave you a proposal for the design of that equipment today, and some backup information. So we'd be happy to talk about that. Long-term recommendations include things like mechanical equipment replacement or supplemental equipment, like controls and setting you up on building management systems. So all these recommendations are to reduce the potential for COVID-19 infection risk. And Adam's findings, he's going to show you some spreadsheets and floor plans that are color-coded. It's still in draft format, what we're showing you tonight. However, it's something that your buildings and grounds department can look at and start using to address some of these short-term recommendations. The color codings are green, yellow, and red. Green are spaces where you've got working mechanical ventilation that may need some minor adjustments. Yellow indicates the spaces that you've got mechanical ventilation, but it's not working as designed. So it may need more significant repairs. And the red are spaces without mechanical ventilation that may be in need in more major upgrades. So with that, I'll let Adam take it over. And we'd be happy to answer any questions when he's done.
All right, can you guys, can everybody hear me or not? Hello?
Hey, Adam.
Hi, sorry. I'm having some sketchy internet here, but I'm gonna do my best here. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Very good. So I appreciate the opportunity to have spent time in your district going through your mechanical systems. Myself and some of my mechanical engineers have spent quite a bit of time in your going through basically every single classroom, every single office, nurse's office, gymnasiums, large group instruction spaces. And basically what we've done was we were there to first evaluate what was there to serve the spaces, to make sure that there was proper mechanical ventilation equipment there. And then we made assessments as to the conditions for the mechanical equipment as it pertains to bringing in outdoor air, mechanical ventilation. So we assembled this data into various spreadsheets per school and per drawings as indicated by Michael Wozni from my firm. And we color coded these, like Michael said, green being good to go, or pretty close to being good to go anyway. Yellow having some means for mechanical ventilation to be introduced, and red having spaces that do not have mechanical ventilation. Now, some of those spaces do have what we would call in mechanical engineering potential for natural ventilation. And I'll just touch on that real quick. So the codes that we follow in New Jersey that's adopted is the 2018 International Mechanical Codes, and they've adopted ASHRAE 62.1. And in there, you have provisions for natural ventilation, which is basically opening a window or some other means to, like a door or something in the space. And then you have the mechanical ventilation requirements. So for school districts, it's optimal, and in nowadays terms anyway, to have mechanical ventilation because it's more practical. It's, you're not going to have a lot of windows open when it's 10 degrees outside, nor are you going to have it open, say, in the middle of a heat wave, maybe in late June or early September, where it might be 95 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a dry bulb outside. So that's a quick history of the mechanical code here. So let me get back into my assessment for the mechanical equipment. What we ended up doing was we ended up working with your staff, Anthony and his staff, to help open up each mechanical piece of equipment that we encountered, whether it be a unit ventilator, air handling unit, packaged rooftop equipment. And based on that, we were able to determine whether or not the units were physically on or not. There might have been an issue with a motor here and there, which we've identified. There might have been issues with the actuators for the outside air dampers. Many of your unit ventilators, for instance, utilizes what they call pneumatic actuators. It relies on an air compressor to generate pressure inside of pneumatic lines. And through a control system, it opens and closes this outside air damper mechanism within your unit ventilators to provide mechanical fresh air during occupied times. So in some circumstances, what we found were, yeah, even though the unit ventilators might have been from the 1950s or 60s, they were still somewhat functional. They were able to open up the outside air dampers, which was great. In other circumstances, they only really opened up outside air dampers when you were to set the set point of the thermostat all the way down towards its cooling or its lowest set point, say 70 or 65, 60 degrees, whatever the lowest set point for the particular thermostat might be. Okay, so that's another circumstance we encountered. So when we found items that were functional, we marked them as green. When we found items that, like dampers, did not physically open, even when the unit was physically on, we'd mark it as yellow. Also, what we marked as yellow would be unit ventilators and air handling unit dampers that were fixed open, because that becomes a concern for other issues, such as freezing of coils. If your heating system's not on for whatever reason and it's cold outside at night, it's not circulating water, you can freeze coils. So the district, you guys are going to really want to make sure all these dampers are functioning correctly. So we did compile quite a bit of yellows. There's a lot of greens as well. What James Hunter has up here is just an example of, for instance, Evergreen School, elementary school. And you can see just starting at the top, I'm not going to go line by line here, but we're going to transmit this document to the district to have your buildings and ground staff hopefully work with contractors or whatever needs to happen to resolve some of the issues that exist. So there's red items that really pertain to like the custodian's offices, where there might not be mechanical ventilation today. They might, in some circumstances, unlike the custodian office, you do have some red spaces that have windows that can temporarily be opened, which is better than nothing. It's not necessarily non-code compliant, provided that the square footage of the operable openings don't or equal to or greater than 4% of the floor area. So that's my take on the codes and what we've examined here. So if we could scroll down to James, if you could scroll down to the summary sheet here, there's a lot of lines here. And just so you know, there's 831 rooms that we went into in the district here, as well as obviously up on the roof, which was it was needed to evaluate the air handling units. So there's my summary page. Thanks, James. So this summary is based off of our physical field observations, like I was mentioning. For the overall, I'd say you guys fall into for district wide, you're about 47% green. All right. Well, that's a majority, which is good, but there's still 45% yellow, and some of those yellows might be relatively easy to fix. In some circumstances, actually, the building and ground people were actually fixing some of the items as we went along right behind me. For instance, there was instances where there were a pneumatic line that must have fallen off over time, or it might have blown off even recently, and they decided to reattach it, and it was that simple, and the dampers were now functional again. Okay, and in terms of being red, you're only at about 8%, which represents about 70 rooms in your district. Now, a majority of those rooms are like custodial offices, not to put any lesser to them, or small coaches' offices and some other small offices. There are a handful of educational spaces that I would classify as red, That's represented in the spreadsheets above. But like I said, a majority of those spaces are actually like small offices where only typically one individual might reside in. And ideally, at some point in the future, they'd be all made to be green. So that's the summation page here. Okay, so James, can you go down to the drawings, please? For graphical purposes, we created these diagrams so that it'd be easier for maintenance staff to identify exactly where corresponding rooms are. This happens to be Evergreen School. Now, it seems like there's quite a bit of yellow on here, but the truth of the matter is the lower right-hand corner of this drawing is actually a new addition. Some of the units were off on the day in which we specifically surveyed these spaces. So without knowing that the units are completely functional, we couldn't allow it to go to green. It might be a function of, like Dr. Lynch hit on, that some of these units are being controlled such that if the space temperature sensor says that it's warm enough or cold enough in the space, it's met this set point requirement, the unit turns off. Well, the International Mechanical Code requires mechanical ventilation to be provided continuously at a particular rate in which while schools are being occupied. You know, there's means to reduce that level through demand control ventilation, but given the environment that we're in right now with COVID, ASHRAE is actually recommending disabling demand control ventilation so that you don't shut your outside air dampers and control it based on CO2. But something like this lower right-hand corner could be as simple as just the unit just controls need to be adjusted such that they're on, and the outside air dampers might just need to be quickly reviewed and adjusted. And then we're talking maybe possibly a couple hour item here. A majority of this school is actually green, and they have unit ventilators, and a lot of them are from the 1950s. But what me and the maintenance staff were able to determine that the outside air dampers did actually open up with the actuators, which was a good good indication there. So this is just a typical representation of the other 15 or so drawings that we prepared to aid in the identifying where spaces were problematic from what we could tell. James, could you flip down, please, to, I believe, my summary, right? Thank you. All right. So recommendations. My first recommendation obviously is repair. These are short-term recommendations I'm going to cover first here. Repair and replace any failed motors. There were some observed, and that's a relatively easy thing to do. It's done each summer by maintenance personnel, and but it's a necessity in order to provide, the fan needs to be spinning in order for outdoor air to be being brought in. Repair the dampers, the outside air damper actuator specifically for equipments that are marked yellow, or in some cases that might require repair of pneumatic airlines, reconnecting airlines, repair of pneumatic actuators, or replacement of pneumatic actuators if they've failed. In some circumstances, you have newer equipment that weren't on, and it might be a motor that might have gone bad, or it might have been a electronic actuator. In other circumstances, you had older pneumatic dampers that were replaced with electronic that had failed as well. So those will have to be examined, and it's detailed out individually, line by line, room by room in my spreadsheets. Inspect all room thermostats. We did examine and determine that there were some issues with some thermostats that we believe is linked to the control of the outside air damper, why they might not be working right, and ultimately make sure all your outside air dampers are functional. That's obviously the biggest key here. Like Dr. Lynch had hit on, cleaning is a good thing to hit here. If there's any dust that might have accumulated or buildup, that's the unit ventilators are 70 years old. There's only so much cleaning you could do over a summer, that no matter how good you get with it. After a while, these steel dampers, they do develop some rusting and other problems that could be preventative, that something that would prevent them from properly opening and closing. So it's just something to take a look at, see how, get it as clean as possible. And over the last 60, 70 years, small dust particulates, and they have a tendency to clog up some coils. If you're experiencing low flow and you open up the front of your unit ventilator and all of a sudden it's high flow, it's an indication that your coils might be clogged. So they might need a little bit better cleaning. Again, it's a little bit above typical maintenance, and it actually requires some solvents and stuff involved, but that's in order to make sure there's proper airflow, that would probably be required. Then my next recommendation would be to upgrade filters. ASHRAE recommends a minimum of 13. Sometimes that's not realistic, especially in 1960, 1950 vintage unit ventilators. They just can't accommodate that physically, or because of the static of their fans. So at best, look for a MERV 7 or a MERV 8. I think most of your filters right now are a G3 filter, which has an equivalent of a MERV 5. So filter upgrades are recommended. Increase outdoor air where possible. This is a recommendation ASHRAE came up with, or the ASHRAE Epidemic Task Force, as well as many other governing bodies as it pertains to COVID. Even though a unit ventilator might typically be at 10 or 15%, depending upon what's required for a classroom, and as balanced by a testing and balancing company. ASHRAE recommends exceeding that for now, as long as it doesn't cause detriment to your equipment's performance. You don't want to freeze your coil, so you don't want to necessarily open everything up 100% if you have a hydronic system. And also, you don't want to start greatly impacting your space comfort, and your space temperature and relative humidity. Under certain circumstances, actually, it's been shown that the virus could, I guess, regenerate, I guess, at a greater rate under certain temperatures that are higher or lower, as well as with humidity. So keep that in mind. Let's see, provide portable air filtration systems. The district has already actually done this. There are HEPA units that are designed to catch smaller particulates, and the district has went out and purchased a, I can't tell you how many hundred, perhaps Dr. Mask could help me with this, but it's substantial. And these units are really, should be focused on spaces that do not have mechanical ventilation right now, or spaces that are interior with no exterior windows. And that's the district's plan. As well as walk around there, there was already many of these units put in place to help out occupants within those spaces. And then my last short-term recommendation is the installation of needlepoint bipolar ionization. And what this allows you to do, the manufacturer that I've been working with is Global Plasma Solutions. It's been tested on, it's the only one that's been tested on the actual SARS-CoV-2 virus. And it's shown it's shown a ability to deactivate some of the virus, which is good. It actually, under a laboratory experiment for the FAA, showed a 99.4% kill rate in about 30 minutes in a laboratory controlled environment. Okay, so in addition to that, it also allows particulates in the air to conglomerate together to form larger particles. So the concern of small viruses that might be like 0.1 microns slipping through is greatly diminished by having them become larger particles, if you will. And this allows less efficient filters, say a MERV 8, to be able to capture more of what's floating around in the air. Okay, so these are my short-term recommendations, and I'll get through my long-term recommendations relatively quickly here. My first being, obviously, make red green. well, how are we going to do this? Some of this is relatively easy, and it might be able to be handled by in-house staff. If, for instance, you have a small bathroom that doesn't have an exhaust fan, you might be able to go out and buy an exhaust fan and have one of your district's mechanics and electricians wire it up to a switch. And now, provided that you're provided the code compliant exhaust, which happens to be about 50 to 70 CFM, depending upon how you're controlling it, you're good to go. Provide new mechanical equipment to provide outside air ventilation for rooms that do not have them. So you're also going to want to balance your systems there to be code compliant at a minimum with the International Mechanical Code, again, as adopted by ASHRAE 62.1. And to do this, there's several different options. And it's going to be a case-by-case basis. You're going to have some potential for small rooftop air handling units or energy recovery ventilators. You're going to have above ceiling exposed energy recovery ventilator systems. Fan coil units, if you have small offices along the perimeter, could be introduced to bring fresh air in, or dedicated outdoor air systems. All right. I'd also recommend at this point to provide needle point bipolar ionization to bring ions into the space that can help with pathogen control, as well as a large slew of other items such as reducing VOC levels within your space and CO2. All right. So, and then my last recommendation for long terms, you do have quite a bit of old mechanical equipment. It's again 1970s or 1960s and 1950s, a lot that I've seen. So these unit ventilators that I'm talking about are quite beyond their life expectancy. Their dampers inside are sometimes rusted, and it becomes problematic with them opening and shutting. They might be able to open, but now they might not be able to shut as easy as they used to be because of some buildup and rust and stuff like that. So I'd recommend replacing your older unit ventilators within your schools. That could be done through a phased approach. There are quite a lot of them. Replace your old air handling units. There are at least 3 very large air handling units, one on the admin building, one at Brunner. And I'm trying to remember I've seen a lot of rooms and rooftop equipment in the last few weeks here. I'd replace those air handling units. They're over 30 years old. They have older refrigerant. There's a couple smaller R22 systems that are over 20 years old that you might want to consider replacing as well. In doing so, what you're going to be able to do is have the comfort that you're going to be able to provide code compliant mechanical ventilation. And you're going to have the design engineer sign in or put in their specifications to do testing and balancing by a certified company that does this and are licensed to do this. And then any air handling units that might be old as well in the same light. All right. I'd also like to indicate that if you were to put needle point bipolar ionization on older unit ventilators or air handling units right now, or in the next few months, and you want to replace the air handling units or unit ventilators in next year, next summer, the following summer over a phased plan, these devices could actually be carefully removed. They're actually held on, majority of them are held on by strong magnets. And it's just a matter of connecting power to them. And you're going to put them back in your new units and make sure they're working during startup. So you're going to have those devices in order to go on for the next 15, 20 years of life expectancy for these pieces of equipment. All right. And the last item I'd recommend is potentially considering adding a building management system. Right now, a lot of your controls are pneumatic, and it relies on physical inspection to see if a piece of equipment's not working. Well, with the building management system, you'll get alarms when fans fail or some other issues happen. You'll have filter reminders. Hey, go up and change these filters. They're dirty. They detect a larger static pressure drop across them, and that's how that works. So it's something to consider. At a minimum, all of your new equipment would come with direct digital controls, and that's pretty much all I have. Okay.
So we're happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
So thank you, Michael. So we open up the questions to the board members.
Does anybody have any questions for our presenters?
I do.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Hi, thank you for all of your hard work in this presentation. It's extremely informative. I just was wondering, in your professional opinion, seeing all of the modifications and remediation that needs to be done, what do you feel like is a time frame that all of these changes and updates can happen?
Thank you, Stephanie. James, would you go up to the previous page, please? The most important thing for right now is to obviously get your school open by November. So what you want to focus on is make sure your motors are working, make sure dampers are opening. Okay, I believe it's realistic to assume that that could be done within the next month and a half. It's there are quite a bit of items there, but it's not a majority of the items, and that pertains to items that are yellow. Like I said before, some of the yellows could be as easy as Energy for America just didn't have that unit on for that day for whatever reason, even though we asked for it. It might be something easy as the damper was previously manually set closed because somebody might have had a complaint. And now we're not in regular operating mode right now. We're in COVID operating mode. So now we really want to make sure those dampers are open. So it's just might be a matter of somebody going up on the roof and taking it out of manually closed. So those are easy items to do. So I'm working with other districts in similar size and some larger that are experiencing the same mechanical issues and the same vintages of equipment. And they're very adamant about opening up as early as November 1st with the same amount of with similar like damper issues and motor issues. But the most important thing is to make to get somebody on the repairs as soon as possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Aaron, I do real quick. So Adam, just real quick, what's your sense on availability of some of these solutions? So some of the things that you're recommending as far as needlepoint bipolar ionization, is there availability for these things, and even some of the other some of the replacing certain things in these units, are they easily sourced because of the age of the units?
I'm going to take that question today, a two-phase approach, if you don't mind. I'll deal with the needlepoint bipolar ionization first. Yes, it's readily available. It's a shelf item. Even though many districts are now adding these to their schools, my sources still tell me that the lead time is between 2 to 3 weeks. So what I usually do for districts is I'll come in as a mechanical engineer licensed and create the first thing I do is just to get the ball rolling is I create a spreadsheet for where the units are located, what rooms do they serve. Some rooftop units serve multiple spaces. They have what type of there's many different types of these GPS units that go in different types of air handling devices based upon airflow rates and coil sizes. So I identify this, and I can generally get a list out. I want to say in a week and a half, less than a week usually, for this Excel list. It's a matter of a couple days, and then I generate drawings. Well, while those drawings are being generated, the district would typically then make a decision, order the parts directly from the manufacturer, therefore bypassing if they were to have a contractor do the work, right? They would then not have to pay any upcharge on the equipment, therefore saving money. So the availability for these are If you ordered them today, you'd have them in 2 to 3 weeks. That's for the bipolar ionization. The other components, if it's an electronic actuator like a Belimo actuator, yeah, that's a part you get relatively easily. The pneumatic actuators sometimes do become problematic, though oftentimes they can be troubleshooted and repaired. In some circumstances, there were a few ripped diaphragms inside that we observed, and you might be able to replace that. The other parts are actually manufactured now from, if you were to buy like OEM parts from like Nesbitt, they would be, they're now manufactured in Mexico, unfortunately. That's just the nature of how that business ended up going. And it could be a little bit of a lead time to get something like that. Now, there's other aftermarket manufacturers of actuators that could be explored to help expedite that.
And what's the complexity regarding installation if we went down the bipolar ionization route? Is that, you say order from the manufacturer directly? Is that something in-house can be installed, or is there some specialty around it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The beautiful thing about your district in particular is you actually have in-house staff that are mechanics that could probably do a lot of this work themselves. We have other districts right now doing the same thing. There's other districts that do not have, say, electricians or mechanics or some kind of technicians that are capable and licensed to do electrical work. It's they have gone out to some contractors to do the work, or to at least help speed up the work, if you would. The complexity, it's not complex at all. It takes anywhere from about an hour to 2 to install a needle point bipolar ionization on a unit ventilator. And if you get good at it, it probably takes 30 to 40 minutes. So what happens is the manufacturer's rep, D&B, actually, when they actually provide a day or 2 of training to whoever is going to be installing these, and they give them a field demonstration of how to install each type of different piece of equipment, as well as they'll have the installation and operations manual. So for a unit ventilator, you're looking at 1 to 2 hours. For a large rooftop unit, it might take a little bit longer. If it's a big air handler, it might take 3 to 4 hours, maybe.
And can you give us an idea about what the cost of something like those ionization units are?
Well, the material cost is about, for a unit ventilator, say, it's it would be like a model FC24, which will probably run you about $450. For a air handling unit that's on the roof, it could be anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000, depending upon how big of a, if you have a 50-ton rooftop unit, it's going to be a little bit more money than say a 10-ton rooftop unit. But that's kind of a magnitude of cost. I think, if Mike Wosley, are you still on the call?
Right, I'm here. So we have a district we're working with. They just ordered the ionization for 12 buildings. They got a quote, and they did this through a co-op. The company has a state contract, and they also have, they coordinate the installation. So in this case, the district did not have the staff. They didn't want to deploy the staff to do this work. So those 12 buildings, they got a quote for just under $700,000. That included installation, including overtime, so they could be doing this in the evenings and weekends. So it's kind of an expedited thing. So, you do the math, your district, I would suspect you're probably, especially if you do the installation yourself, you should be under $500,000.
Can I weigh in a little bit here?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting, but to Mr. Murray's question about sort of how much time it would take and what should be done, I would just argue that what we've seen, and I think the folks from EI can probably confirm this too. If you had to from my perspective, you had to prioritize what on this short-term list is most important. The repairs to the non-functioning equipment, that's really important. You'd be surprised how much the special cleaning that we're talking about cleaning out the evaporator coils, we've seen in some districts where after we've made the recommendation and the district has gone in and cleaned those coils, that we've seen increases in airflow from 45 to 85% over the base levels, just because of the historical accumulation of things that block that airflow. So that's, you could get a really good bang for your buck. And certainly on the bipolar ionization issues, on those units, if I had to make a recommendation to you based on what we understand about those systems and what they're really good at and what they're not so good at, I would prioritize, if you had to decide where to put them in the short term, aim at your non-mechanically ventilated spaces. Those would be my that's my perspective on, if you had to sort of focus on what do we need to do between now and November and prioritize. There are plenty of places that were red. There were plenty of places that we saw when we did our investigation that are non-mechanically ventilated spaces. Those are good candidates for bipolar ionization. And if you prioritize those, you worked on your repairs of your pneumatics and your fans, and you did your cleaning, we could come back in and get new performance data pretty quickly and give you updated values that would give you a sense of what the safe capacity of those rooms would be. And we would expect, if your performance upgrades are like other districts that we've worked with, that you'll see substantial increases in what we project to be safe occupancy values. Does that make sense to you folks over at EI?
So
yes, and we do recommend that ionization in those spaces without mechanical ventilation makes a lot of sense.
Michael,
the only thing is that has to be done with the portable air purifiers that have built-in ionization. In other words, the system that we're talking about through GPS, you have to have a fan. You have to have a fan in a piece of equipment. So basically, you've got to have mechanical ventilation already in place to do the GPS. But again, those spaces without mechanical ventilation, the portable air purifiers are really appropriate.
Sure. And I'd like to add to this. I'm definitely in 100% agreement. Your number one priority is trying to get anything that's not working. All right. So this way you can occupy those spaces as mentioned. But again, it might be a good consideration at this point to install these bipolar ionization equipment in conjunction with doing this. And maybe, again, not as a number one priority, but the longer you wait, the longer it's going to take to implement the installation. And what these units can do, as I mentioned before, is it has multiple functions. It's an indoor air quality device. You're dealing with breaking down VOCs within your space. You're dealing with these devices have the ability to destroy mold spores and inactivate pathogens. And as lately discovered in a third-party testing on not just surrogate viruses, if you would, but actually on the SARS-CoV-2 virus, that it did have the ability to inactivate this virus, not just in the air, but actually on surfaces as the ions, negative and positive charged ions, land within the environment. They're actually blowing these you can't see them, these positive and negative charged ions into your room to do all this. And it's actually clumping together any other particulates in the air. So this way your filters that may not be able to be, your units that might not be able to get, let's say, a MERV 13, well, now it actually has essentially a MERV 13. And actually this manufacturer has a white paper on this that I believe Michael might have shared with the district. If not, we could definitely send that over. So it actually increases your filter's ability to remove items from the air.
So as a follow-up, so thank you. That it's helpful because the number is not alarming at all, based on what I know, where we've been trying to allocate funds for any repairs in the short term. The other thing, and I guess it's a question for Adam, maybe on the filtration. So the filters that are on the univentilators in the classrooms, my understanding, and this is where I'm not really super knowledgeable, is they can only hold a certain size, certain filtration, because the motors can burn out quicker if we go to a higher level filtration or filter. Is that accurate, or is that, because I know you had mentioned we're using GP3s, which is equivalent to like a 4 or 5, and trying to get to an 8. Would that harm those systems in any way, just based on airflow through those filters?
So, okay, the filters you're using now are typical for a unit ventilator pre-COVID. Okay, they're not terrible filters. They just won't catch a lot of small particulates.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working with another district right now that has essentially I would call your identical in terms of mechanical unit ventilators, since we're focused on those. These older Nesbitt units, older American air filter unit ventilators from the 1950s. And what they have done is they have upgraded to a MERV 8 filter, which was able to accommodate that. Now, the one thing to be aware of is obviously the better filters you put in, well, the frequency by which you're changing these filters are going to increase. It's going to collect more dust and particulates in the air. It's going to do that, which you want it to do. But again, if you have a clogged filter, it can contribute to burning out a motor. That is a true statement. So you're going to have to potentially be a little bit more diligent. Now, going to a MERV 13, I don't particularly rep a filter manufacturer here, but I have spent a lot of time with filters and these manufacturers, and some of these older unit ventilators, just because of how they were constructed, you might not be able to readily find a MERV 13 filter of the dimensions you need without getting custom filters, and those would be quite more constricted in terms of airflow than over a MERV 8. Well, the benefit, if you were to put a MERV 7 or a MERV 8 filter in, provided you can get them for the dimensions of what you need, what you could do is rely on this ionization to help improve the efficiency, if you would, of these filters.
One of the other things, I'm sorry interrupting here, but the dance between the ionization, the needlepoint ionization, and the ventilation, they actually sort of, back in the energy efficiency days, needlepoint ionization was really, they were actually closing dampers down to get the efficiency out of those systems. And I've read all of the papers. So during COVID, you don't want to do that. You still need to bring in that outdoor air. Anything that you can add to it is great. But be careful. I mean, getting this sort of balanced is good. I think that it will help, but I would not encourage you to, once it's installed, to close your dampers, which is sort of the way that they were originally designed to work for energy efficiency and for VOCs. And we've gone and we've measured carbon dioxide levels after these were installed pre-COVID. I'm talking about when they actually closed the air dampers down. And what you end up with is very high carbon dioxide levels because the dampers are closed, because the ionization doesn't remove carbon dioxide. The problem with that is that if you were to do that, your carbon dioxide levels are going to exceed that trigger in the PE OSHA indoor air quality standard of 1,000 parts per million, which would then, force you to have to make sure that your system is working properly. Given COVID, as you add needlepoint ionization, I'm just saying, still keep your dampers open. It is important that you do both. Everything that you can do is helpful, but it's not one or the other. But if you don't have mechanical ventilation, it is certainly a great candidate because it helps. So it's a balance, and I think I just wanted to make sure that the board understood that nuance there.
Yeah, I was unsure that I know that the higher the number, the thicker the filter, the less particles get through. I wasn't suggesting we would go up any high. I was just wondering, because I know you said we have 4 or 5s or GP3. I guess and Adam, is from what I remember seeing in one of my building tours, there was 2 filters in those univentilators. Is that accurate, or is there only one?
Depending upon the manufacturer, when it was constructed, you're absolutely correct. In some circumstances, there's only one filter that's located, if you would, above where the return and outside air is. In other circumstances, you have an outdoor air filter, and you have that removes like pollen and other damage from the environment, such that you have some child or proctor in your room that has bad allergies. You reduce the amount of allergens and other outdoor air issues coming into that space. The return air filter, on the other hand, is filtering the return air stream and any items, particles from within the room.
And is there any documented research on how high of a filter those univentilators can go to before they do start to burn motors?
You know what? I can take a look at that for you guys.
We'll know that by the spring, because there's a lot of people there.
I know motors. Motors come and go in these units, those same units that were in the buildings when we were all in school. But, I know that based on what I've heard, and maybe that's not accurate, is that the higher the filter, the more the motor struggles to push air through.
Well, it's true.
So the burnout could be higher. So it could cost us more from a district perspective with motors if we're able to compromise with a middle filter with a 7 or 8, and then add some possible bipolar ionization, as opposed to going to an 8 or 10, and then the motor starts struggling and burning out. And we're seeing more expenses on that side. I don't know what the best, even in the out is would be for something like that. But it was just a thought based on conversations when we were going through the stuff.
This would be what I would have to say about that. If you're not going to go to a 13, then I would be inclined, for COVID anyway, to stay with a like a MERV 8. Okay, because going up to a MERV 10, your particulate count at 0.3 microns or less are still equal to or less than 20% efficient. But when you get to a MERV 13, it goes to about equal to or less than 75% efficient.
And I know I keep harping on the point, but I thought these units couldn't handle that grade filter and function properly because of the motors themselves.
Well, perhaps you're correct with these older unit ventilators. And the other issue that I identified was you might not be able to find a manufacturer that readily makes them for 1950 unit ventilators. Now, if you were to buy a brand new, I'll give, not to name drop or anyone, I can't play favorites here, but I know Train has a unit ventilator that actually they sell an option for a MERV 13 filter. And they've had that for several years now. But again, that's a specific brand and model. So going into what you have from 1950, it's going to cause some restrictions. You're absolutely correct. And the bigger restrictions are going to come over a period of time after it's been in for a month or more, as particulates start clogging up that filter at a quicker rate. So like I mentioned before, if possible, I'd look to go to a MERV 8 and maybe look to do ionization as a temporary solution for your unit ventilators anyway. Because you're right. You might not be able to find the item. And even if you did, you can create potential other issues. And Ashley recommends that as well, that you increase your filter's efficiency, but not to do detrimental harm to the piece of equipment or its performance. Because like was mentioned earlier, obviously increased airflow is what we want here. We don't want a diminished airflow. We're putting a filter in to catch better particulates, but now we just cut the unit's airflow rate, CFM, down by a third or something. We don't want to go that way. So it's
Our-
That, that's kind of where I
position-
was headed. So, and I apologize. I'm monopolizing all the time. Sorry.
Well, I just want to add that our position is that you should consult the manufacturer's representative for the unit in particular and get something in writing so that if you do have problems, because we have heard reports of motors burning out. One district that has completed the installation of the ionization, they actually purchased the M13 filters and decided not to put them in to not risk burning out those motors. So it has been happening. And another thing to consider, Adam, I think you would concur with this, is a higher MERV rating. The filters are more expensive, and you probably would need to be changing them more frequently because they're catching more. So instead of changing maybe every 3 months, you might be changing every month, especially during a pandemic. So that's something to consider.
I have one question. The AAR units in some of the older buildings, they have like a metallic filter in the bottom of them. When you did your inspections, did you see those? I didn't know how to think about MERV ratings on those and whether or not they were even capable of being replaced with a fabric type filter. Are you familiar with the ones I'm talking about?
Are you referring to this, what looked like somebody like stuffed some membrane into?
No, I saw those too. No, I'm talking about over, I think I remember maybe at Cole's school, in the bottom of the filter, it almost looks like the old sort of metal filters that you might see in a kitchen exhaust fan. They're washable filters.
Those are like what's called micro, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. They're like washable type filters.
Yeah.
It depends how much space you have. One issue I have seen, and this is a good reason to consider upgrading to some newer unit ventilators, is I've seen some districts, including at your district, that filters have kind of been, they place them to the best of their abilities, but in some circumstances, if they're not set quite right, they might end up actually impeding the swing of this damper, therefore limiting its ability to open. So you're absolutely, that's a good point you brought up. As long as there's these filters are about 1 inch thick, so it's going to have to be further examined.
Yeah. Take a look at that one when you guys come up with a solution for that over at Cole, over at the wing with the carpeting on the far end on over at Cole's is where I remember seeing that.
I have a question, and I apologize if this was said. Do we know exactly which dampers are not opening at all? I was confused if some of them were just not opening because they needed to be cleaned, if some of them we know just aren't opening and need to be replaced, or
well, so none of the dampers themselves, I don't want to necessarily say it. The actual piece of metal that opens and closes are, I believe they could be cleaned up a little bit and be functional. It's the actuator component or the air getting to them. So that's, or it could be a couple of things. It could be the air at the thermostat's not, or isn't getting pressure, or it's not giving pressure over to the unit ventilator to allow for it to open. In other circumstances, it wasn't opening because there was an air leak at the unit ventilator, or there was a ripped diaphragm and you could hear the air coming out of the diaphragm, or you could actually in some circumstances see like a hole, like if you popped a balloon and saw it. So yeah, all those are actually identified in my spreadsheets. To the best of our ability to gather data, we were able to determine room by room where those were, and where dampers were not opening at all. We identify in our spreadsheet where it opens a little bit, but it probably should open a little bit more. And it might actually be, a lot of these dampers, they have these little set screws, if you will, on them that allow for adjustment for how much they should open and close. So it might be as easy as somebody like a technician or a maintenance personnel that knows how to do this, go in there and let me open that up a little bit. So this way I know it opens up, to provide about 25% outside air, as brought up by the hygienist. And it's also one of my recommendations as well. So there is a room by room analysis in the spreadsheets, which we're going to be sending over to the buildings and grounds group.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for Dr. Lynch. I was curious to know if you could give us a sense. I know every room is different, but if you could give us a sense of approximately how many students could we put into a classroom if the ventilators and all were working to the best of what we're looking for here for COVID conditions.
So with the kinds of adjustments that we're talking about here, getting things flowing right, I think that you're in line with your projections. We think that 10 to 12 students is realistic for typical 800 square foot classrooms. We think that you can make that and meet that ASHRAE guidance, and then when you open windows, you exceed it. And that is the target that we're aiming for. I think what we saw was that, currently in the current condition, we estimated about 25% of the rooms were in that range, and maybe another 40% were lower, 5 to 9 students, because again, we saw either problems with motors or problems with blockages and that kind of thing. And so, I feel confident that once these, short-term solutions that are identified on the screen in front of us are taken care of, that when I, if I were to come back out and remeasure, I'd be able to say to you, a very high percentage would be in that, 12 student, 12 occupants range, which is what you need for the 6-foot distancing. But you'd also have airflow to match that. And that's the goal. So I think that's realistic. Now, the smaller classrooms aren't designed for 12 people. Those are, the smaller, half-size rooms, and the smaller unit ventilators are proportionately smaller. But we think for you should be able to get there. We just think that these short-term repairs should be done as quickly as possible. And then let us get back out there and remeasure, and we'll give you new projections. But we think it's possible.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Lynch, Mr. Caravaglia, Mr. Hunter, and Mr. Wozni. I appreciate all your efforts, and the reports are quite interesting, and I can't wait to look closely at them.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Good night now.
Good night.
Okay, and that will conclude our instructional updates. Is that correct, Dr. Mast? Thank you. Okay, so this brings us to our first of the 3 public comments. And if you'd like to make a public comment, please go to the spfk12.org for your Zoom login information. In accordance with the Scotch Plains Fanwood Public Schools Bylaw 0164 and 0165, the meeting will be open for 15 minutes for public comments with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. Speakers addressing the superintendent items, the business functions, and other board business will be heard first. And if time remains, speakers may address other matters. So please go to SPFK12 for the Zoom login information. And callers, please state your full name and the town in which you reside when it's your turn to speak. And please take note that the board members cannot respond regarding concerns of individual students or staff members. Such matters should be brought to the attention of the superintendent's office. So at this time, Ms. Broadbent, do we have someone ready for public comment?
Yes, Dr. Kulikowski, Zach Rittner.
Thank you. Zach Rittner, when you're ready, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Yes, hi, my name is Zachary Rittner, and I'm a citizen of Scotch Plains. I'm hoping you guys can hear me. I had a little disconnect there for a second.
Yep, we can hear you just fine, thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Oh, this is exciting. My first board meeting that I get to speak at. I hear them all the time. So hi, my name is Zach Rittner, and I'm a citizen of Scotch Plains. I'm also the AP Environmental Science teacher, that's APES, for the high school. And I had heard that the board was looking for people to speak about some of the positive impacts that the EEF has had on our district, and wanted to kind of share my insight tonight. So I've spent the past few years writing EEF grants in order to help support and augment the classroom experience for my APES students. So far, our APES program has been awarded 3 grants for programs including Trout in the Classroom, the Great Backyard Bird Count, and Baby Chicks in the Classroom. These are powerful citizen science projects that enable APES students to work with wildlife conservation programs in an authentic and meaningful way. Upon reflection at the end of the year, these are always considered to be my students' most treasured activities, hands down. New Jersey Trout in the Classroom enables students to help raise baby rainbow trout from eggs in October until they become fingerlings in May. Through this program, we work with the New Jersey Fish and Wildlife Service's Pequest Trout Hatchery up in Oxford to help conserve cold freshwater habitat in Seeley's Pond. The grant from the EEF provided the funding to buy the 55-gallon aquarium, cold water chiller, filter, and other equipment needed to start that program. The Great Backyard Bird Count is a citizen science project run by the Audubon Society and Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Every February, citizen scientists and bird watchers from all across the world head outside to conduct bird surveys in their local neighborhoods. Funding from the EEF helped to provide binoculars, field guides, and bird feeders to assist our students in participating. In fact, you can see pictures of our work on the district website, not to flex too much. Finally, the EEF was generous enough to provide funding for the Baby Chicks in the Classroom program. This project will allow students to raise baby chicks from eggs using a classroom incubator. In addition to being completely adorable, Chicks in the Classroom will enable students to study the impacts of agriculture on the environment in a real and meaningful way. In my experience, the EEF has been an incredibly kind-hearted, generous, and sincere institution dedicated to the bettering of the educational experience for all of the students in our district. In fact, members of the EEF Board of Trustees were kind enough to actually come to our inaugural release day, the capstone of our Trout in the Classroom program, back in 2019, when our first batch of fingerlings were released into Greenbrook just below Seeley's Pond. On the other hand, they were admittedly much more apprehensive about attending the Great Backyard Bird Count, but my gut tells me that had something to do with the 6 a.m. start time in the middle of winter on Valentine's Day. In all sincerity, I am tremendously grateful to all the hard work the EEF has done, is currently doing, and will continue to do in the future on behalf of my students, their parents, my colleagues, and my district. I thank the board for their time and the EEF for all that they have done. Thank you and have a wonderful night.
Well, thank you for coming to the board tonight, Mr. Ritter, and I hope we hear from you again. Those projects sound absolutely outstanding, and I hope that in the future, when they occur, I could make it to one of those release dates. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Sorry, Dr. Kolakowski. Yes, we have Daniel Wildstein.
Okay, Daniel, when you're ready, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Danielle Wildstein, Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
So it was a really good update to hear from ESM and EI. We heard a lot of information. I guess boiling it down, though, is when are we going to get a mapping to our school reopening? So we heard a lot of recommendations, mainly from EI, the last segment. How is the Board of Ed determining what exactly we're going to do? What is the criteria you're using? And are we going to see a mapping of the expert recommendations to what Governor Murphy is requiring? because we keep hearing the term recommendations and ASHRAE and MERV 13. And again, just to bring it back, Governor Murphy hasn't required any of that in his road back. So are parents going to be able to see a mapping leading to how the Board of Ed determines what exactly is done? And it also does sound like a lot of these recommendations are pretty simple fixes that could have been done possibly over the summer had we started this sooner. So, you know, and again, we heard a lot about MERV 13, and I know, Evan, you were talking about, you know, what that looked like in terms of motor and could we go lower? And I know you had said in a previous meeting, Board of Ed meeting, that we were never trying to get to a MERV 13. So it's confusing to hear these experts that we have paid a lot of money to, especially, you know, EI seem to really be pushing MERV 13, which I understand is the ASHRAE standard, but ASHRAE is not a government organization. They are not giving us requirements as Governor Murphy is. So I'm not sure what standard ESM and EI are working towards, because they don't seem like they're working towards Governor Murphy's requirements. It sounds like maybe it's Dr. Mast's created premium standard that we still have yet to get a definition for our schools. So that's a bit confusing whether or not we really need ionization and any higher MERV filter than we have now. Another question I have is, what fixes were done to our HVAC system before we allowed our teachers and our special education students to be back into our schools? Because either it's unsafe or it's not. And, you know, we had heard, okay, well, if it's just the teachers, it's just them. We don't have the student ratio filling up the classroom. But now we've had special education students phased in for a week and a half. So what's been done? Is it unsafe for them? Is it safe for them? It's confusing, especially when we're looking at 10 to 12 students per classroom as the standard with social distancing and airflow, as we heard from our experts tonight. And I'm very confused as to why November 20th was selected as a return date. I know, Dr. Mash, you said it's because of the end of the first quarter, but wouldn't it make more sense to have these experts give us these, you know, fixes and us determine what exactly needs to be done, and then, you know, based on what they say, back into a date? Because it sounds like maybe it could be October 20th, or it could have been October 1st. So why November 20th? It doesn't matter if it's the end of the first quarter, start of the second quarter. Our children need to be back in school as soon as possible, and as soon as it's deemed, you know, safe by Governor Murphy's requirements. So it's just very confusing. And again, where is the timeline to get us back to reopening? Is that, you know, are we going to have the Board of Ed determine what needs to be done, and then you're going to lay out action items to get us to the November 20th date? And is it possible, can we open sooner, since some of these fixes are pretty easy? Changing dampers is a pretty simple thing to do. So just a lot more questions have come up, and I'm hoping that you can give the Board of Ed or Dr. Mast can really answer these questions for the parent community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Wildstein. Obviously, we're just hearing that report tonight, so we don't have any specific plan of how and why and where we're going to do everything. And November 20th is a goal. It is not a fixed date. And yes, the experts that presented their information tonight did say that November 20th could be attainable. It all depends on the staff that we have to work and their education on how to do things. So it's a work in progress, and we still have to meet and look at the reports overall before we can make any fine determinations. Dr. Mast or Mr. Murray, do you have anything to add to that at this time?
No, until we see the reports, which they haven't sent over yet. I don't think there's anything we can comment on. Our goal is still the same, to try to get everyone back in school as safely as possible.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Mrs. Winkler.
Thank you. I did want to address, she asked about whether school was safe for the teachers who went back into the buildings, and yes, we were thinking that if a teacher was alone in their classroom, or a teacher with a teaching aide, a teaching assistant in the room, that they could be separated by more than 6 feet, and that really it would only be them with their own germs in the room, and not with whatever students might be coming in, introducing additional germs into the room. And yes, with the special ed, the self-contained classes that came back, I know for a fact, because I was walking around with the engineer from EI Associates, that at each school. We went to, the principal did approach us at each school that has a special ed self-contained class. The principals did tell us they had X number of classes that they wanted to accommodate, and these were the rooms they were looking to put them in. And the engineers with us did specifically look at what were the ventilation systems like in those rooms, and did let the principals know whether those rooms were going to be sufficient for the classes that they were running, or whether they needed any changes, or if there were other rooms in the building that would have been a better choice for that before we brought those students into the buildings.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkler. And aside from that, the self-contained students are very small in number, usually 6, 8, or 10 students. It's not a full class of students. Okay, Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Yes, Dr. Kolakowski, Nada Evans.
Thank you. Ms. Evans, when you're ready, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Hi, my name is Nada Evans. I live in Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
So my question is going back to the issues of diversity and representation in our school district. Over this summer, I had brought up the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month in our schools, and I believe there was some confusion as to when Hispanic Heritage Month was, but then you looked it up, Ms. Kolakowski, and found out that it begins September 15th through October 15th. So my question is, what are the schools doing to celebrate and enrich the students' experience, even though they are on remote learning? And so I've heard that I have a freshman at the high school, so it's only mentioned briefly in Spanish classes. So I was hoping that more effort would have been made, considering the push for more representation and diversity by the school district.
Does that complete your question or your statement?
Yes.
Personally, as a board member, I'm not in the classroom, so I don't know exactly what is going on. And I'm not sure if anybody on the curriculum committee or if any of our administrators can speak to exactly what goes on in the classroom in order to recognize Spanish heritage at this time.
I do know that there were a set of resources that were shared for teachers to access, and we could certainly do a survey to find out which of those were used or what individual teachers chose to incorporate into their curriculum.
Thank you, Dr. Mast. And actually, we're right at that midpoint, as you said, Ms. Evans, September 15th to October 15th, because it's September 30th. So we still have another 2 weeks. If things haven't been covered, there's still time to do so.
Yes, please, because nothing's been mentioned outside of a brief mention in the freshman Spanish class.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
You're welcome.
Lisa?
Dr. Kulikowski, just so that you know, and Mrs. Evans, there's a group of us that are working on Hispanic heritage activities to educate the community on the not just the history of Hispanics in our country, but the richness of the of our culture to bring to the community. So that will be rolled out over the next couple of weeks. It will extend beyond the 15th because unfortunately our timing for the opening of school and everything that all of the staff was working on in getting the opening of school happening. We are going to extend some activities to go out, but we're looking at some educational information to go out community-wide, and a couple of surprises that we're hoping that we'll be able to share and e-blast out to people. So there is a group of us working on that.
Thank you, Mrs. Revembus. That sounds great. Okay, Ms. Broadbent, whenever you're ready with our next caller.
Our next caller is Rachel Nudell Feldman.
Ms. Nudell Feldman, whenever.
Yes, hello, good evening. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, just state your name and the town. in
Yes,
which-
good evening. I apologize. Yes, my name is Rachel Nudell Feldman from Scotch Plains. I apologize. I had a little bit of an internet glitch. I appreciate the update from everyone, and I was very pleased to hear that the district prioritizing returning the pre-K to 4 students back to school. Understanding that you all are just hearing the updates from the experts this evening and you have yet to see the reports, are there any goals or initiatives, I guess, to bring them back, the younger kids, before the November 11th goal, particularly in light of the fact that according to the expert, it appears that a lot of our space is, the green color that they identified. It seems like it is usable. Or in the yellow color, which appears to have relatively easy fixes. And I guess my question is, if we have a percentage of usable or safe space in the green zone, is there a possibility that we could prioritize even further to get the youngest of those students back, perhaps pre-K through grades 1 or grades 2? Because as many of us know and have experienced firsthand, these are the children that are having, many of whom are having an extremely difficult time with remote learning. November 20th, appears to be a long time away. And I'm wondering if there's anything that we could do to get the youngest of the young back even sooner than that. The other question I had is, if anyone can tell me if there is an update regarding the Wi-Fi hotspots that the district has ordered to help to facilitate the continuation of remote learning. It's almost funny that this happened right before I was scheduled to speak, but my internet dropped. And this is an example of what I know my child has been experiencing a lot of this, and that is really interrupted with their remote learning. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. I understand that the district has ordered these Wi-Fi hotspots and that they are in back order. So my second question was if there was an update on the status of those wireless hotspots. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on tonight and thank you for your comments. We really want to get our students back as soon as possible. So once we go through the reports that we have received and we can make those adjustments and corrections to our systems, we'll be getting students back as soon as possible. As far as the Wi-Fi hotspots, Dr. Mast, our technician, as always, are they distributing the hotspot for people in areas that have a less strong Wi-Fi system?
So I think that there have been opportunities for people to request the hotspots, and I know that technology does have them, so I will have to follow up. In this case in particular, I recognize that Adam sent her hotspot in inter-office mail, so you will be getting your hotspot tomorrow. So that's good news.
Thank you, Dr. Mast.
The other piece, to go back to a previous question about the Heritage Month, the Hispanic Heritage Month, we also in some of our schools do daily announcements celebrating people of Latinx descent and artists and scientists and political figures. So that's been happening on a daily basis.
Thank you for that.
And then just to add to your comment, Dr. Kulikowski, the statement I said in the beginning is that the first quarter was the date and the goal. And in seeing the report, we already do have our buildings and grounds and maintenance people working on some of the recommendations. And the administrative team shares your focus on getting our youngest learners back. So we do have, we are putting a plan in place as an administrative team. As we started with our special ed students, we do want to go to additional special ed students and then to our pre-KK our grades 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 in a step as the classrooms and space comes available. Our goal is that the students from pre-K to 4 will be back by that goal date.
Thank you, Dr. Mast. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Yes, Dr. Kulikowski, John Lucy.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucy, please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Hey, my name is John Lucy, and I live on Carroll Place, right by the high school.
What
And
town
I
is
wanted,
that?
I wanted to see if I could get an update on the
Could you please
buffer
tell me
zone,
what town that is, please?
Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
The lights have been installed, and I was wondering about the buffer zone. Maybe Ms. Sadowski can tell us about the fence. Give us an update on that. I have 3 questions. So that's the first one.
On the fencing, yes, I will be dropping off a letter to you tomorrow. When I came around to drop it off to the neighbors, they said that you were away. So I was planning to come back this week and drop it off to you. And that will be installed sometime at the latest mid-November.
And Mr. Lucy, Ms. Saradaki, and Dr. Kolakowski, if we could just remind the public, and Mr. Lucy, I only call you out because you're the first one to do it. If we could just state all of our comments at one or in questions at once so that the board can reply, only because we are limiting people to 3 minutes. It's just easier to keep track of your time. If you just say all your questions and the board will respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestro.
Okay. My second question is, what does the injunction from the judge mean to you guys? And my third question is, some school systems who put up lights in the neighborhood have provided shades or drapes for the people who are getting light coming through their windows. And having seen the light coming through the windows, it's pretty intense. I was wondering if you had any plan for that. And also if you have any plan to give us an opportunity for comments from the neighbors concerning the lights. I know there's others who want to speak, so that's all I'll ask.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy.
Thank you.
Dr. Kolakowski, I guess I'll take this one.
Thank you.
As the board is well aware, I'm sure many members of the public are aware, and certainly Mr. Lucy is aware. Mr. Lucy is one of 3 neighbors who has filed ongoing litigation against the board regarding the installation of field lights. So as the board attorney, I'm going to caution the board to limit what we say about this subject. I can say, generally speaking, with respect to the issue of the injunction, for those who don't know, and as a reminder for the board themselves, the plaintiffs in that case filed seeking an order to show cause, which is essentially a request for an injunction against the installation of the field lights. We are currently before Judge Cassidy in Superior Court. And a few weeks ago, Judge Cassidy did issue a temporary injunction allowing the board to finalize the full completion of the installation of the field lights, which is at this point, they are installed. The company that is working on the lights has been testing them to make sure that everything is hooked up correctly. We anticipate that their final testing of the lights will be tomorrow night, fingers crossed. Other than that, the installation is done. The judge did say that the board should not utilize the lights for actual events until her written decision is issued. We are currently awaiting her written decision. We do not have an ETA on when that will be issued. Once she issues her decision, we will then find out next steps in terms of whether or not the injunction will be longer term. And if so, what steps the judge suggests that or directs us to take for us to actually use the lights for things like games and the like. And in terms of Mr. Lucy's question about public comments and things about the lights, certainly this board has been allowing public comment at meetings such as this since at least January when we've been discussing the light projects. We did have meetings with the neighbors, one meeting with the neighbors before COVID kind of struck and prevented those types of meetings from occurring. And I know that we have, again, on the agenda, the policy regarding the field light usage and the good neighbors policy. So it's certainly something that the board is open to ongoing discussions, and certainly members of the public, as they often do, can write to the board and Dr. Mast regarding whatever issues they have, whether it be the field lights or anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestro.
Dr. Golakowski.
How much time is remaining?
We've got time for one more comment this
All
period.
right. Thank you. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Yes, Dr. Kulikowski. Anna? She did not give her last name.
Anna, you can unmute your mic and then please state your full name and the town in which you reside.
Hi, my name is Anna Nath and I'm from Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
So I wanted to, first of all, comment on this really detailed and really exciting report that we got tonight. And I know that you're going to go through them, but I think even just from the slides that we saw and from the greens and yellows and the comments and the sides that I could read while it was on screen, there are very easy repairs we can do to bring our children back to school as soon as possible. And I'm very glad to hear from Dr. Mast that we're actually not holding November 20th as our date, and that we will try to get our kids back to school as soon as we can, because as Dr. Fauci said this weekend, New Jersey is in deep green and we should be opening competently. And Governor Murphy said just yesterday that we have more confidence that school buildings can reopen, that schools can reopen their buildings. So this is all good. And as parents, we will be monitoring the progress. I look forward to the timeline of this returning to school, because I've heard a lot at the beginning about this excitement about technology and how we have teacher leaders and how teachers are teaching teachers to use this technology. And I want to just caution everybody that once again, this is not what's good for our children, and nobody's talking about the damage this is taking on them. And I would like to invite some of you to actually sit through the 7 hours in front of Zoom with the camera on your face, especially when you have ADHD or anything else that these young kids have, or just the need to go outside, and do that. In the first 4-hour block, they have 13 minutes of breaks. So just think about what these kids are going through. And I would like to just, for all of you to stop being so excited about all this technology. It's fantastic. And I think the fact that you have a gym teacher that's now excited about technology should be scary as heck, because the kids should be outside and they should be doing exercises. And I watched my 11-year-old laying on the floor, lifting her legs in front of a camera for her gym class. So that brings me to my next question, and that's about children's online privacy protection. And I would like to know when, as parents, we would get a presentation about how district is handling this, both Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, as well as Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. Children's internet privacy is incredibly important. There are a lot of third-party vendors that are now integrated into the school curriculum as Epic and Prodigy, et cetera. And so I would like to know who's giving consent for information collection, what information is being collected, what the district is doing to monitor information collection, how it's being disposed of, et cetera. And when we as parents are going to be giving consent to any of this, because again, I think the cameras on requirement that's been put on our children throughout the day in all circumstances is quite frankly absurd and violation of both the children's privacy and our privacy as members of, as adults in my own home. I feel like the camera is now following me. So yeah, so that's my big question. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Anna.
So we did discuss some of that today. We received a letter regarding the camera on, and Doug, could you speak to the response that you helped guide us in?
Sure. Just so in response to the comment, as well as just generally for the board's information and the public's information, obviously with the shutdown in statewide and pretty much nationwide back in March and in the following months, the issue of video conferencing, Zoom, Google Meet, things like that was addressed by both the US Department of Education and the New Jersey Department of Education, both of whom issued guidance documents essentially clearing the use of video conferencing as an educational technique. There's FAQs from both the state and federal DOE available publicly on the web, detailing how they are generally FERPA compliant. That's the student records law and regulations on the federal level. New Jersey has its own stricter form of that as well, essentially confirming that use of video conferencing technology for classroom use in the way that it's been used statewide and nationwide is FERPA compliant. There are not any per se violations of confidentiality. And in fact, parental consent, written consent is not required for use of these types of technologies. Same is true for most of, if not all of the types of apps and educational programming that you use, whether it be Big Ideas or Clever or Prodigy or any number of other things that districts are using nationwide. These companies are covered under essentially the educational provider exemption to FERPA. They are required to handle the data in certain ways. They're not allowed to handle the student data in certain ways, and they are governed by those rules. But again, no affirmative or proactive written consent of parents is required in order to participate in either virtual meets or these types of computer apps that, again, a lot of these apps that are being used, parents might be exposed for the first time now because their kids are home doing the virtual learning, but a lot of these apps are actually used in class anyway, that these programs are being done. Most of the programs should have available, again, information on the websites of the various apps that detail the kind of information security that they use. The board has various contracts with a number of these providers, but again, in terms of the question about student security and information security, those things have been addressed on the state and federal level. The board is compliant with those issues.
And I would just like to make one more comment. We are enthusiastic that our teachers have built the skill set to teach in the environment that we have to teach in right now. I don't think anyone thinks that it's the preferred environment over, live teaching as it was pre-COVID. Even when we go from our virtual classroom back to the hybrid classroom, recognize we're still going to have to use these technology tools. So I think we still need to celebrate all the effort that we have put in to give the teachers a bigger toolbox.
Definitely. Thank you, Dr. Mass, and thank you, Doug Silvestro.
And Dr. Kolakowski, that is the end of our 15-minute period for the initial public comment section.
Oh, thank you. Okay, then moving on to committee reports.
And Dr. Kolakowski, just for those who may be new to our meetings, so just to remind the public, there are 2 other opportunities for public comment during the meeting.
Yes, when I opened this one, I said it was first of 3. So we've got 2 more to go later. Thank you. Does anybody have a committee report to present tonight? Mrs. Winkler?
You.
Mrs. Winkler, were you going to do your report?
Sorry, I forgot I was on mute. I'm looking for it on my computer. If somebody else has theirs up, you can skip me and come back to me.
Is anybody else ready for a report?
It's
Ms.
Tanya.
Williams?
Thank you. So the newly formed Wellness and Equity Committee met last week and on September 24th. And as a past alumni, 1987 graduate, and with children in the district, I'm very proud that Dr. Mast has allowed us to start this committee. So we did meet, and our kickoff meeting was about a little over an hour, and we'll be meeting monthly. And we are excited about partnering with our community organizations, Truth, Racial, and Healing, Social Justice Matters, and the new parents, the real parents. What we want to do is continue to bring culture to our community. We want to talk about diversity and representation. We want to have a committee district that is inclusive. We want to emphasize wellness virtually also when we go back to school as well. We want to invite the public to also look on our website. Our two wonderful teachers have started a calming room, resource room for our community and for our students, Mrs. Iarusi and Mrs. Treglia. We want to talk about curriculum, how to make that diverse, as well as our teachers and hiring practices. We also want to highlight that a fifth student specialist was hired in the district, and that is absolutely an awesome thing that we have. And those are just some of the highlights that we talked about. And again, just very excited about having the Wellness and Equity Committee. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Williams, and congratulations on chairing this new committee. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray?
So I have two reports. One, the first is a facilities report. So we met on September 23rd. We talked about 9 different things, none of which require any action at this time. The first was just a preliminary review of the walkthroughs that were done with EI Associates and ESM Corp by Mrs. Winkler and Dr. Mast. The second was a request to purchase additional property behind the high school from the same individual who requested it prior. We had a presentation by Matt Tibbles, president of the Athletic Boosters, regarding the plan for concession stands for games. With the plan being no cooking, everything will be manufacturer prepared, already wrapped, and drinks will be served, limiting the number of volunteers. The field lighting, PSE&G has connected the power, and the lighting company is working on their final test of the functionality of the lights, as Mr. Silvestro has already updated us. The Brunner Gym floor project has been completed except for the final flooring install. There were some concerns around the concrete showing some more humid vapor emitting from it. So additional readings need to be taken to determine if the situation was improving. If it does not improve, the architect has indicated that we may need to consider a vapor barrier. Park masonry project is essentially complete. The contractor is completing a punch list. And the only other thing is replacing some of the vents visible on the outside of the building. In the high school, the culinary arts classroom, most of the cabinets and countertops are installed. Appliances were due last week, and then the punch list will be completed, is being completed for that project as well. Other maintenance and grounds project work over the summer was refinishing the staff workrooms at Evergreen, Brunner, and Park, constructing offices at our for SAS and CST at our elementary schools, and construction of quiet rooms in the McGinn and Coles nursing offices. And then the last was we're continuing to work to resolve some air conditioning issues at the high school with one of the contractors. So engineers from EI Associates were in last week, and they're working closely with the contractor to determine next steps to get the open issues resolved from some work that was done on that. And that's the facilities report. I don't know if anybody has any questions. If not, I will move on to another newly formed committee. So I have the opportunity to chair our Student Activities and Athletics Committee. We had 2 meetings, one on September 16th and one on September 22nd. The one on September 16th was the first meeting. Mr. Miller was in attendance to report on fall teams, schedules, and some of the team expenses. He did discuss that the seasons was modified. However, the expenses are not substantially reduced due to set fees and salaries. He discussed field usage, accessing of the turf fields were disrupted due to the field light project. Mr. Tibbles discussed the boosters plan for supporting the teams this year. And then Mrs. Saradaki also gave an update on the field light project. In the September 22nd meeting, we spent, this was the second meeting of the committee, we spent talking about student activities. So we reviewed all the clubs and extracurricular activities offered to students. We discussed the, wanting to know more about the goals, participation rate, and achievements of those different activities, and as well as having students present their experiences. We're also going to be choosing different student activities to present to the committee on a periodic basis. We also talked about the importance of advertising the clubs that are available and creating a brochure so students and parents can easily see all of the choices that are available. Talks about all the different details that go into what each club is and when it meets and things like that. So having more details to be able to broadcast more broadly across the district to give more information to all the students in the district as well as the parents. And that concludes my my student activities and athletics report for the 2 meetings we held in September.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and congratulations on chairing your new committee as well.
Thanks.
Mrs. Winkler, were you ready for your report?
Yeah, I am now. Thank you. So I have 2 reports, actually. One is for shared services. We met on September 24th. On our agenda, we talked about the schools, a reopening update. We did talk about the work that EI Associates had done, as well as the work that as well as the work that ESM did. And we talked a bit about what they found in their work, as well as what we saw as a schedule for moving forward. We talked a bit about the high school field lighting and where we were at with that project. We also had a discussion about purchasing opportunities to see if we can find places where Scotch Plains, Fanwood, and the Board of Ed could potentially work together on purchasing items, equipment, supplies, things like that, services, where maybe if we work together on it, maybe we can get a better price. So that was the gist of that meeting, and our next meeting will be on November 12th. And that's that report. The other report I have is for TRHT. We began by welcoming.
Is that later under?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I'll get to that one later.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkler. Is there another committee report? Ms. Brody?
Hi, I have the Finance Committee report. It's pretty short. We met on September 23rd, and there were just a few items on the list. One was good news from Mrs. Saradaki that we may not face any more state aid cuts when the budget is finalized, because we have not received any news at this time. And if we did not receive any news as far as I know. So So I think we should be good. Again, we had another offer on that property, as Mr. Murray spoke about, and we declined, as a group, we declined to accept the offer. And also regarding fourth grade technology, the Chromebooks given to the fourth graders do not have enough RAM based on the new Google Chrome requirements. And the technology department is reviewing the options, including the purchase of additional devices. They've tried to fix and are still troubleshooting. We might need to purchase more. If that becomes necessary, funds will be taken from the CARES grant and the county grant. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Brody.
Thank you.
Mrs. Soriani.
Yes, I have the curriculum committee report. Sorry, it's a little lengthy, but the curriculum committee is usually chock full of agenda items. And we met last week on the 22nd, and we had 3 agenda items. The first was the updating of the 5th grade report card. If you remember last year, there was a lot of discussion on the K-4 report card. And the 5th grade report card was just brought in line with that report card in terms of it being a trimester standards-based report card. So over the summer, a group of supervisors and teachers worked on updating the report card. It creates standards, which are then rated for the students from a 1 through a 4. There's a help guide for teachers about expectations in each content area. There's clear information provided for parents about what each standard area is. And then they're able to show progress over the course of the year in a clear way. And of course, there's a comment section at the end, as always, for the teacher to make comments for individual students. If people are interested in reviewing the report card in detail prior to the first report card coming out, the template, as well as the detailed rubric informing what each standard area is, can be found on the district website under curriculum. And the report card schedule with the dates for the trimester releases are also there. So the teachers all received professional development about the use of the new report card and the rubrics. They're learning how to use the rubric to collect and review assessment data over the course of the year, which of course is a challenge in the virtual environment. So they're learning how to do that. And they're also able to receive support from 4th grade teachers who are familiar with the report card and have been using it since last year. And I believe that the 5th grade report card was reviewed. We met before back to school night, but I believe that it was discussed and reviewed with parents during 5th grade back to school night. Okay, the second agenda item was an exciting update for self-contained special ed curriculum. And Special Ed Supervisor Diane Pineno came to talk to the group, and we're asking for board approval tonight on a new curriculum for special education self-contained class children. Up until now, the curricula has been developed by modifying general ed standards, and this has been done internally by our own supervisors, administrators, and teachers. This has tended to be labor intensive. And having an established curriculum now that we can follow will allow those teachers and administrators to focus more on their students and innovation and creativity in those self-contained classrooms. So, and an additional challenge is that the self-contained classes often contain students that are of more than 1 grade level. There may be up to 4 grade levels in one class. So, the special curriculum that we looked into, are able to address these differences in the students. So there were 4 curricula that were reviewed: Rethink, Attainment Co, Direct Instruction, and N2Y. And N2Y was the curriculum that was selected to best meet the needs of our students, and there were many reasons for the selection. It's inclusive of all subject areas, from math, science, social studies, ELA, daily living activities, and vocational skills. It's aligned to the dynamic learning map standards of how the special education self-contained students are assessed. It differentiates, like I mentioned before, for different levels within a classroom. For example, for certain students, they might learn more with pictures, while other students in the classroom at a higher grade level might learn with more writing or words, and it's differentiated to provide for all of those levels.
The curriculum was piloted last year from March to June, and proficiencies and instructional targets were clearly provided for teachers. And also it allows for student assessment data to be run. It provides reports, which is really helpful for the teachers when they're creating IEPs and also giving feedback to parents of those students. So we're asking for board approval for the N2Y curriculum tonight. Total cost for a 1-year contract is, and this is in our agenda, is $6,224, which includes professional development and a weekly newsletter. However, the district cost is being offset by a grant that's $973.59. So the total that we'll be seeking approval for is $5,250.60 for this year. And then we could assess its efficacy and, see whether we want to proceed with that curricula past the 1-year contract. The third agenda item, and this is going to be a standing agenda item, for the curriculum committee, is any updates and curriculum work being done in the area of race, equity, and social justice. So I just wanted to let everybody know that the teachers did receive professional development prior to school starting this year. Teachers had 1 full day dedicated to equity and anti-racism in SPF. Dr. McGarry provided a presentation, as well as there were small group discussions using guiding questions led by various administrators on topics such as anti-racism, white privilege, and injustice. And the overall theme of the day was making our schools and classrooms sites of social justice. Staff were able to discuss having difficult conversations about race in the context of school and strategies for personal and professional growth. April Chestang, who is our district's newly appointed Student Assistance Specialist of Diversity and Equity, also presented during this training, and attention was given on how to increase the diversity of the SPF workforce and making our district a place where diverse staff want to work, as well as self-care for staff and the challenge of diving deep into anti-racist work. And again, that will be a standing agenda item that we will be reporting out on monthly. And though it wasn't on our official agenda, I also just wanted to provide a short update about a couple new resources that are being used to make instruction more robust during this time of virtual learning, including the Gizmos program, which is a secondary science tool for doing virtual lab work and experiments, and IXL, which is a math program that provides online extension activities for math instruction. So Dr. McGarry shared with the committee that in order to stimulate the hands-on, minds-on manner and ensure that students are still able to experience the process of doing science while virtual or learning via the hybrid model, Ms. Faria, who's the science supervisor, and the 6 to 12 science department staff have identified an online resource platform called Gizmos. And it's a platform of interactive science simulations that are aligned with the new generation science standards, and providing students with access to Gizmos allows them to explore science and engineering practices and develop a deeper conceptual understanding of our core science ideas. Gizmos is able to support students in doing science, even though they're at home, and allows them to manipulate variables in laboratory simulations to determine the cause and effect relationship of a variable. It allows students to ask questions of how changing one variable will affect the outcome, make predictions, test their predictions. And so thereby they're learning science and engineering practices, asking questions, planning, carrying out investigations, and using a model. And then additionally, in addition to science, the math department is using IXL, which is an interactive site that provides actionable analytics, real-time diagnostics, and personalized student guidance. This site is assisting teachers in differentiating during remote learning based on student performance during class, as well as aiding teachers planning for future classes based on student performance on assignments. So IXL allows teachers to monitor students' progress as they are working. Teachers can see if the students are actually engaged in the math lesson, if they're struggling, and can identify specific areas that students need help with. They can also see the exact questions, real time, that students answered correctly and incorrectly, and it gives the teachers the ability to message individual students and provide personalized instruction via small groups. So we're trying to adapt to this remote learning and find whatever resources we can to help the students and teachers. And that's my report. And our next meeting is October 13th. Sorry for being lengthy.
No, that's fine. It was very interesting. Thank you, Ms. Soriani. Any other committee reports at this time? Seeing no one, then we'll move on. Letters to the board. There were a total of 31 emails received from the public to the Board of Education, and the appropriate administrator responded. Superintendent's report, Dr. Mast. Mute.
I would like to move that the Board of Education approves the revised 2020-2021 school nursing plan as prepared under the direction of Mrs. Lisa Rabimbus.
So moved, Winkler.
Is there a second?
Second, Brody.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkler. Thank you, Mrs. Brody. Any question or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And thank you, Mrs. Rabimbus, and to your nurses who put all of that effort into updating our nursing plan, especially in this time of COVID-19. I'd like to move the Board of Education acknowledges the receipt of the graduation report of the class of 2020.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Soriani.
Second, Murray.
Murray and Ms. Soriani. Any question or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd like to move the Board of Education approve the unique learning system, the one that Mrs. Sariani just described as the curriculum for the district's K-12 self-contained program in ELA, mathematics, science, and social studies at the total cost of $6,224.
So moved, Brody.
Second, Winkler.
Thank you, Mrs. Brody. Thank you, Mrs. Winkler. Is there any question or discussion on this item?
I have a question.
Yes, Mrs. Mitchell.
If we adopted that program, is that a cost, a one-time cost for materials, or is that something that we would have to pay every year?
Every year, I believe. It's
Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Do we need a roll call vote?
Yes, I was just going to ask Mrs. Saradaki to please call the roll on that one.
If I could just say that, Karen, there was an option for a 3-year contract, but we want to assess, the
Right.
effectiveness of the curriculum. So there is an option to go longer in the future, but we opted for the 1-year contract at this time.
Great, thank you. And I wonder if it's a certain amount upfront, and then as we have the materials, maybe it goes down as we develop the foundation. I don't know, but I mean, the program seems amazing. I think that's money well spent.
Mrs. Saradaki.
Mrs. Brody,
Yes.
Mrs. Winkler,
Yes.
Mrs. Bauer,
Yes.
Mrs. Boroff,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mrs. Soriani,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Murray,
Yes.
Dr. Kulikowski.
Yes. Motion carries.
I'd like to move that the Board of Education approves the out-of-district placements listed in the agenda.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Mitchell.
Second, Winkler.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkler. Any questions or discussions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries.
And onto the personnel agenda. I would like to move that the Board of Education approves the superintendent's recommendation for personnel on the personnel report dated September 30th, 2020 in the areas listed on the agenda.
So moved.
So moved, Boroff. Mr. Murray? Second, Boroff. Thank you, Ms. Boroff. Any question or discussion? Mrs. Sarajaki, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Murray,
Yes.
Mrs. Boroff, Mrs. Boroff,
Yes.
Mrs. Bauer,
Yes.
Mrs. Brody,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mrs. Suriani,
Yes.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
Mrs. Winkler,
Yes.
Dr. Kulikowski.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you for your reports, Dr. Mance. And that brings us to the second of the three public comment sections. So please go to spfk12.org for your Zoom login information. In accordance with the Scotch Plains Fanwood Public Schools Bylaw 0164-0165, the meeting will be open for 15 minutes for public comments, maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. Speakers addressing the superintendent items, business functions, and other board business will be heard first. If time remains, speakers may address other matters. So if you'd like to make a public comment, please go to spfk12.org for your Zoom login information. Callers, when you please state your full name and the town in which you reside when it's your turn. And please note, board members cannot respond regarding concerns with individual students or staff members. Such matters should be addressed by the superintendent's office. Ms. Broadbent, do we have a caller ready?
Yes, Dr. Kulikowski, Sarah August.
Thank you. Ms. August, you can unmute, state your name and the town in which you reside, please.
I am Sarah August from Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
Wide awake at 11 o'clock at night. I hope you are too.
Yes.
I am in here, wanted to say, I'm a teacher in a nearby district, as some of you know. And I had some great conversations with some of the members here and learned that there's committees doing wonderful things, except nobody really knows. There needs to be minutes posted from the ed meetings all the time. They're not updated. We were told by several members to look at the minutes. Nothing is updated. It's not even updated from the last meeting. Please make an effort to update the minutes so that we can see them, so that what you're doing is broadcast is there. Okay, so also in saying that, I heard wonderful things about the diversity and racial justice training that you gave to your teachers. Some of your new teachers expressed to me how wonderful it was. And I think that's terrific. Being from a nearby district that actually went beyond just one day, I absolutely feel it is necessary for you to continue this training with your district. I had Kyoti Joshi speak to my district. She was incredible. We did a 6-month training where every teacher went once a month. She is doing virtual training. She is an incredible speaker. She taught me things about myself that I didn't even know, and about privilege and who people are in all different sects of all different lives and why we need to pay attention to them and be open to them. You know, I'm working with real parents, and we are trying really hard to express that in every way to get people to wake up to that. And we are hoping that you can continue with that with your teachers as well. Not just a one-day training, but to move on and do much more than that. So that's all I wanted to say.
August, before you go, can you please clarify when you say the minutes for ed meetings, do you mean our Board of Ed meetings?
Yes.
Okay. We cannot post until we approve them. We won't be approving tonight's minutes till the end of the next month. We always do them in the past. So right now, tonight, we're going to be approving August minutes. So we're always behind. We cannot post them until they have been approved.
Okay, but I think they're not approved from way back. I don't think that they're up from the meeting before, like the beginning of the summer minutes.
Well,
We all went to look for them and nobody could find them, or they were all the old minutes.
The first meeting we had was in August, the last week of August.
Earlier last year. I think that some of them weren't up there. Whatever we were told to look at by several members was not there. It was not posted. So if you could just check on it.
I appreciate that. And thank you
Bringing
for
it
bringing
out.
our attention. Mrs. Saradaki, do you have something?
Yeah, everything is posted through June. So the only minutes that are missing up there are the ones you're approving this evening.
So,
Thank you.
so we'll have to make sure that they're easy to find because there's something that's confusing people. Thank you for pointing it out.
Thank you, Ms. Saradaki, and thank you, Dr. Mast. Ms. Broadbent, our next caller, please.
Robert Locatell.
Can anybody hear and see me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Robert Locatell, live on Carroll Place in Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
All right. So just to give you another, as I also am an educator from Pequannock Township High School, but today I'm speaking in my capacity as a Scotch Plains resident, as well as a member of the community being affected by the lighting fields, the lighting on the fields, as well as the policy that you guys are approving tonight. So I just wanted to comment, this is not as much questioning, but I want to tell you a story. Last week, while the test of the lights were going on, I was talking to a couple of the longtime neighbors, and I learned something I didn't know. See, before there was a field across the street from me, it was mostly farmland. And so when Mrs. Lucy, a longtime resident of the block, would wake up early in the morning, she'd have to shoo cows out of her backyard to make sure they didn't actually eat her grass, believe it or not. I shudder to think, however, how she, my grandparents, my mother, any of the former residents of this neighborhood would react if they were still alive to hear how the Board of Ed has handled the situation presented before us regarding the installation and regulation of the use of the new field lighting system. And now, listen, I try to have empathy when dealing with people I disagree with. And obviously, I'm going to be coming from a position of bias. And I bring that same sentiment of empathy to my classroom when I teach. But I really am struggling to understand why you've chosen the course you have in regards to these lights. My community and I have felt ignored, and these comment sessions are the equivalent to throwing us a bone, rather than hearing us out for the long-term residents of Scotch Plains that we are. My family has been here for 3 generations, as has multiple families up and down these streets. We deserve more than this, quite frankly. You're making a short-sighted decision, rushed through based on a non-existent urgency in the middle of one of the greatest public health crises of this country. Between installing the field lighting, providing students with access to internet, whether that be through Chromebooks, laptops, Wi-Fi's, hotspots, or fixing the HVAC, the project that got finished first was the field lighting. I think that's a mistake. The policy up for vote tonight is so full of opportunities for abuse by the board at the expense of my community. I urge you to stop fast tracking these types of policies and these decisions and rubber stamping these projects that are geared towards only benefiting, quite frankly, a minority of the students at the high school. My family and some of the families that make up this neighborhood have been here before you were on the board. We've been here before you were on the board. We've been here before the field was ever constructed, before the high school was even moved off Park Ave. And many of us would like to still be here for decades to come. However, the prospect of dealing with the repercussions of your short-sighted decisions have made this wish very difficult. These types of projects and policies that only benefit a minority at the expense of the people that help make this town what it is exactly how you erode the very soul of a place like Scotch Plains. I object to this policy. I object to you sacrificing the quality of life of my neighbors and I in the name of sports and money. And I object to the idea that you're doing this for the benefit of Scotch Plains students as a whole. If it were truly your motivation, then the millions of dollars you have stashed away in your capital fund would have found a much better use far before these lights were installed. And I recognize that Mr. Silvestro is probably going to say that you guys can't comment because of the ongoing litigation, and I understand that. I just wanted to be here in defense of my neighbors and make it very clear that the 3 names on that litigation are not the only people that observe this is an issue. So I'll acquiesce the rest of my time to you guys, and thank you for hearing me tonight.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Locatell.
Dr. Kulikowski, if I may, Mr.
Yep.
Locatell spoke for me there at the end there. Obviously, just a quick reminder that we are in ongoing litigation, and as your lawyer, almost comically so, I must remind you all to watch your comments about this issue. I do want to just say one thing, only because it is a matter of public record. Mr. Locatell, and I'm sure there are probably others that share these opinions as well about the process that the board has taken to come to these lights. I know that I haven't been working with this board for very long, but the issue of field lights has been an issue that's been discussed either substantially or in passing since I've been working with you for the past couple of years. I know that we had a very long presentation beginning back in January from the sample lights that have actually now been installed, and it's been discussed at every single meeting since January. The issue of the policy that is on the agenda tonight, this is not the first reading. In fact, this policy was put on hold for a while and discussed over the course of numerous meetings. I think that the biggest issue that a lot of the neighbors who are opposed to the lights aren't so much opposed to the process, though that might be the comments. I think that really what it comes down to is this board has listened to, as I've been here with you, as you have listened to and deliberated regarding whether or not to have lights at the fields. My understanding is this board as an entity has made the decision to move forward with lights, with the understanding that there are those in the community, most likely those who live right next to the fields, who are opposed to the idea, while there are many others whose interests would be benefit. And this board has made a decision that the field lights are a positive overall for the district. Again, certainly members of the public entitled to their opinions. I do just want to reaffirm both for you as a board and for the public as well, that this was not something that was rushed. This was something that was debated and discussed for nearly a year at every public meeting of this board. This is something that was bid out and drafted up and written in specs before the schools were shut down. The work was done over the summer, as is customary for any work involving the schools that would actually make the fields or the school buildings themselves unusable. This is not something that was done under the cover of the night. This was discussed at every single public board meeting, and this board went as far as to have additional meeting with the town and with members of the public, with the police chief of both Scotch Plains and the Fanwood police chief, to address a number of concerns. So I don't think anything that I'm saying here tonight or anything that the board is going to say tonight about this issue is going to change the opinion or the feelings of those members of the public who are against the field lights. And again, I don't live where you guys are. I don't live with my backyard facing the high school, so I can't imagine what my personal opinion would be on this issue. But what I can say, though, is that this is something that you've done transparently, and this is something that has been done with great deliberation. But ultimately, it's something that it looks like there are just going to be members of the public that disagree with the decision of the board, and we're just going to see this through. Thank you.
Can I just add something? Just because because there are a lot of members of the public that are listening to this meeting that have not necessarily perhaps listened to other meetings over the course of the last years. But I was on the facilities committee 2+ years ago. I haven't been on that committee in several years, and I'm not saying anything that wasn't publicly reported out, as you've all seen tonight, that we report out on our committee meetings. The field lights were an agenda item on the facilities committee going back 2+ years. Is that right, Evan? I mean, when I was on the facilities committee with you, the field lights, we had a presentation on the field lights, and so we're going back 2-3 years that that it's been discussed and it was reported out at public board meetings. So I agree with you that not everyone is in agreement, and I accept that, but I do want the public to know that in terms of it being short-sighted, that we've been discussing this, for a couple of years and at public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soriani.
I'd like to add to that I sit on the Shared Services Committee. I've been on the committee since I've been on the board, which is coming up on 11 years now. This is a topic that has come up on and off for many, many years through shared services, not just because the fields are of use for our students at the high school level who play sports or marching band or anything else, but also because our fields get used by a lot of the sports leagues in the community for the younger children. And fields are at a premium. There aren't that many fields in the community compared to the number of children who are playing in these different leagues. And it seems like every time we turn around, there's another sport with another league that shows up, and they all need field time as well. And so putting the lights on the fields, extend the field time, it's something that's been discussed for many, many years. This is not something that we just jumped into during the last 6 months.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkler.
Dr. Kulkowski, if I may, I do also believe that when the fields were put in, which I believe everybody who's commented that they're concerned about those tonight was there, they were discussed as part of that project as well. However, they were delayed. So they've been discussed since those turf fields have been put in place. So, I do think that there's been numerous discussions around it, like to Mr. Silvestro's point. This is not something that was rushed, pushed, or snuck through. This is something that has been a long-term district goal from a facilities perspective, and it's come to a point where it's come to fruition. And the district has been trying to do everything possible to accommodate and be good neighbors through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Silvestro, did you have anything else?
Just one last comment. I think the board is aware, but I don't think we've discussed this as a group yet. Just to confirm that the policy that is on the agenda, the field use and the good neighbors policy has been developed, is not required by any law or regulation. This is something that the administration and the policy committee and the board, somewhat as a group in various committees have decided that it's something we want to put it in place to reassure the neighbors that we will be following guidelines so that there are clear rules about when the lights will be used, in what capacity, things of that nature. You are not required to have it at all. So just again, to the members of the public, to the last commenter who expressed feelings that, we're sneaking this through or that it's a rubber stamp. This is actually doing something that you're not required to do to provide more transparency. So I just, advise the board members to keep that in mind when the item comes up for vote.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestro. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Yes, Dr. Kulakowski, Kathleen Viscardi.
Thank you. Ms. Viscardi,
Hi.
unmute and please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Sure. Hi, my name's Kathleen Viscardi and I reside in Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
Hi, I just first want to say thank you for being here this late because it's a long night, even a long night for everyone to wait to comment. So thank you for your dedication. I also want to thank Dr. Mass for starting the discussion on field hockey that was brought up from the last board meeting, and that just to say that we look forward to the next conversation. I also, on a point of Mr. Murray mentioned that the fall, but in his committee report, that the fall budgets for athletics and clubs has remained the same. That's a question that we've asked about the field hockey regarding pay to play in the budget. So if we know what they are, it'd be lovely to know what it is and why it's the same as last year, considering the radically reduced season for field hockey. And then lastly, just as a member of Real Parents, I want to say that I'm happy to see progress in our district regarding the anti-bias training. A one-day training is great, but it is just a start and we have a lot of work to do. And I also want to say that I was happy to see on back to school night, at least in Mr. Baranowski's grade 10 accelerated class, that he presented a diverse group of authors that the students will be reading and experiencing. So I think it's great to see. I think that we're on the right track. We just have a ways to go, but I appreciate the effort and the time. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Viscardi. Thanks for staying up late too. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Yes, Michael Spataro.
Mr. Spataro, please unmute yourself and state your name and the town in which you reside.
Hello, this is not Michael Spataro. This is Elaine Spataro, Michael's wife.
Sorry about that. That's the name that's coming up. That's why we said that. So Ms. Elaine
That's
Spataro. Thank you. What town you reside in?
I reside in Scotch Plains.
Thank you so much.
My concern, my comments tonight are going to have to do with the lights. Many people have mentioned the lights, and I just like to make several points. First of all, there are more than 3 people concerned about it. Many people are concerned, and beside the people who reside right next to the school. I know COVID makes meetings very difficult, and this is an example of it. We all understand that. I'd like to make a few comments. First of all, good neighbors are very important. And let's not forget something else also. You've all made comments from the board stating that it's been a topic for discussion in previous years. Fine, it's also not come to fruition in previous years. You can't just disregard the neighbors, the community. The community pays 60% of its taxes for education, and that gives people a right to comment. And not everyone is in favor of it. Not everyone is against it. So we should be able to discuss this and come to some compromise, realization of what it should include. The people in the neighborhood, I live on Evergreen Avenue. Evergreen School is on my corner. We have traffic morning, noon, and night. No problem because everyone tries to be very considerate. You're asking a lot of people who have already given a lot, who are very considerate. And what people in the community are asking for is consideration. Yes, noise, traffic, congestion, all of that is very, very important. Many of you work in the school. Great. We live here. So we have a little bit of a different perspective. And our concern is consideration. We don't want this field rented out to people who are
Ms. Batara, it seems like your audio is cut out there. You had said that you don't want people, the board to rent out the field, but then you cut out after that. Are you still on?
Ms. Broadbent, do you know if she's still connected?
Dr. Kulikowski, I can just only see her name. I don't have any more information about her.
Ms. Broadbent, Dr. Kulikowski, I suggest that if we can move on from Ms. Batara to the next person, and then if Ms. Batara is able to reconnect, we could try to have her back again.
Sure. The next caller is Tatiana Sava.
Ms. Sava, when you unmute, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Hi, good evening. This is Tatiana Sava, and I'm from Fanwood.
Thank you.
My question tonight, actually, before I start with the question, I just wanted to give a shout out to all of the teachers. I have my children are at school 1, and I have one son at Park Middle School. And I just wanted to say that they've done an amazing job, and they went above and beyond to ensure that the students are making progress and that they are where they should be at this point in time, providing the circumstances. My question tonight is about the report that we saw from the EI, and will there be any progress reports and updates as to the work that will be done, provided that now there's very few students in the schools, and perhaps something on the weekly basis, and we really wanted to see how those yellow and red boxes are moving towards the green.
I'm sure that as the work is done, that we will be updated at our board meetings to see what has been completed in a timely fashion and what still needs to be done. So we want to see the yellow and red move to green is what the statement was about that, and wanting to see progress. So thank you for your comments, Ms. Savo. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller, or has our previous caller got back on the line?
No, she has not. And our next caller is John Denning.
Thank you. Mr. Denning, when you unmute, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
John Denning from Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
We're in the midst of a very contentious election, and school policy prohibits the use of school time for partisan political activities. I am asking, will the school board commit to enforcing its own policy by keeping our classroom free of political partisanship by staff? Yes or no? And would the board do so by issuing guidelines which make it clear to the staff what the expectations in this area are and the consequences for failing to meet those expectations? Yes or no? And would they provide this document to the parents so they can monitor what their children are exposed to for compliance? Yes or no? I think we can all agree that we send our children to school to be educated, not for teachers to use them as a captive audience to advance their political agendas. Regardless of board action, I encourage parents to keep their children's teachers accountable to these standards. I've asked 3 very direct questions, and I respectfully request the board answer them directly. Thank you.
Dr. Kolakowski, if I may respond.
Oh, please do, Mr. Silvestro.
As Mr. Denning stated in his comment, the board already has policies in place, and it is state law prohibiting teachers from expressing partisan, political, and a number of other views that are unrelated to the curriculum. Certainly, there's some leeway for teachers to encourage discussion among students to foster healthy debate. But the teachers should not be teaching their opinions. They should be teaching the facts and the curriculum. As the commenter said, that already is in board policy. So certainly it is the board's duty through the administration to enforce its own policies. So I guess the answer to the first question is yes. In terms of distributing that policy and those guidelines to staff, staff are made aware of and are required to review applicable board policies every year. I do not believe there's a specific letter or training regarding that limited issue, although it is certainly covered by a number of other topics, including just general decorum and professional behavior from staff. So there's not a separate kind of memo that goes out reminding teachers to, follow the rules of being teachers, other than specifically with respect to partisan political views. In terms of the discipline issue, there's no one size fits all discipline when it comes to staff. Your student code of conduct, for example, has a spreadsheet of, if student does X, it's first offense. Here's the guidance in terms of discipline, whether it be warning or suspension or detention. There's no corollary to that for staff, and that's a whole series of laws and contracts that make that the case. Discipline can be imposed by the board through the administration for inappropriate behavior. But overall, just in terms of response to this comment, I'd suggest that to the extent that any parent or any student who can self-advocate feels that their teacher has strayed a line, the board and the administration can't do anything about it unless we're made aware. Right. So to the extent that any parent or any student has a concern about something that's being said or done, either by a teacher or just in the classroom generally, if they feel uncomfortable, if they feel comfortable discussing it with their teacher, that's always the best place to start. Could be a misunderstanding. Obviously, if they feel that something egregious has happened, please bring it to the attention first of the building principal of the school where it's happening. And if it needs to be escalated from there, it can be escalated to Dr. Mast for certain circumstances. So again, the board just, I'll express on your behalf, feel free to stop me if I'm overstepping. Certainly do want teachers to stick to their roles as teachers, to not teach their opinions as fact. We may all agree or disagree with individual opinions, but that doesn't mean that it should be taught as fact and truth to impressionable students. But again, a lot of this does fall on the parents to inform us when they feel that those lines are being crossed. Thank you, Dr. Kolakowski.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestro. Appreciate those comments. Do we have time for another caller?
We do, Dr. Kolakowski. We have time for one more.
Okay.
Dr. Kulikowski, Craig Peskin. I don't see him in the panelists. I did move him over. Okay, I think we should move on because he doesn't seem to have, maybe his connection.
Okay.
Robert, oh, there he is.
There he is. Okay. Mr. Peskin, when you unmute, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Craig Peskin, Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
Just a comment on the presentation earlier tonight. After listening to the presentation, it doesn't seem to make sense to me that we would upgrade older HVAC systems from MERV 5 to MERV 8, because MERV 8 isn't going to catch the virus particles. It's just going to catch more dust. I think we need to come up, or the district needs to come up with other alternatives to filter, to upgrading filters, because upgrading filters based on not getting the MERV 13 isn't going to catch the virus. It's going to burn out motors. The biggest issue with upgrading the filters is decreased airflow, increased noise, which kids might hear in the classroom as whistling, and motor burnout. And then I also wanted to say, I think that these HVAC fixes should determine when the kids go back to school, not the opposite. It shouldn't be that this is the date we want them to go back. It should be when the system is ready. Those are my comments. I wasn't necessarily looking for an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Peskin. And yes, that is our thought process too, is once the fixes have been made, then we would go back, not that it's a set date. But thank you for your comments.
Dr. Kolakowski, because Mr. Peskin was so short, we do have time for one more comment. Ms. Beard.
Okay, Ms. Broadbent, if we have another caller.
Sure, Robert Giordinella.
Thank you. Mr. Giordinella, please unmute and then state your name and the town in which you reside.
Sure. Hi, Robert Giordinella, town of Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
And I'm calling with respect to the lights as well. I don't want to repeat. I echo what Robert Locatell has said to a great deal. I have one question, then just a little background. My question is, in the past, the Board of Ed, when it's had important things that impacted our community, they would send letters to the neighbors. And that's when they would have Relay for Life, when they would have the band competition, when they even handed out the first draft policy in May 12th, they mailed it to the neighbors. Since then, we've gotten nothing. So I know the answer is going to be, oh, it may have been public, but I don't even know what's being voted on today is the same policy, or if it's been modified again. And if it's been modified, why wasn't it mailed out to the neighbors? That's my question. As far as the lights, I was chairman of the Scotch Plains Rec Commission for 6 years and on it for 10 years. And I was on it when we had to deal with Southside lights, when we had to deal with VOTEC lights. So I know the arguments of it's needed by the sports teams, and I've heard the communities near it voice their objections. What we did in those cases was, I think, announce and say we're trying to deal very closely with the neighbors, had many large meetings. We're not limited to 15 minutes as we are today in giving comments. But I think that to narrow down, the immediate concerns is number one, I think Ms. Winkler is the one I think who mentioned the demand on fields by not only by our school teams, but by other teams. That's one of the concerns that I think the neighbor who got cut off was going to touch on. You know, it's one thing to have football games or band practice, but if now there's the potential to have all other teams playing, whether it's Scotch Plains family teams or others, that's a concern. I think the time on Fridays and Saturday nights of going till 10:30, potentially till 11, I think is ridiculously late. Nowhere, anywhere. It shouldn't be that late. I also tend to think that the one thing that you're encountering here that we did not encounter at Southside or Votech was the traffic. And, you know, I live 2 doors from the baseball field. I have been here for baseball and football. When football games end, it's a U-turn that cars have to make down Carroll Place going around Monica. And during the week, during when football games end at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, they're honking horns, they're making noise, they're happy their team won, they're happy their team lost. There are people walking the streets getting to their cars. You have night games, you've created a very difficult and dangerous situation. I don't think that that has been adequately addressed. Yes, it's great that you could have the band practice on a field, and my daughter was in band, so I appreciate that. But I am concerned about the time limit, the crowd control and parking, the late noise. I know in Southside there were complaints about air horns and things like that.
Mr.
And
Giardella, sir, your time has expired. If you could just wrap
okay,
up your comments.
okay. I think I've tried to hit my main points. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Giardella. Thank you for keeping time again, Doug.
Of course. And Dr. Kolakowski, that does end the second public comment period.
Yes, one more to go after this. Thank you. So that brings us to the business functions. Mrs. Saradaki.
I would like to group them if there's no objection.
Sure.
1 BUS, I'm asking the board to approve superintendent's recommendations for staff training on the report and addendum dated September 30th. 2 BUS, I'm asking the board to approve the acceptance of the Digital Divide Grant in the amount of $71,480. 3 BUS, I'm asking the board to approve the Camden County Educational Services Commission proposal for school communication performance evaluation in the amount of $4,104 to assess and provide recommendations for improvements. This is having to do with communication. It's a survey that's done throughout the district. And funding will come from the operating account. 4 BUS, there are related services for private vendors from Epic Health Services and Intensive Therapeutics and Bayada. 5 BUS, I'm asking for the board to acknowledge receipt of the board secretary reports, the treasurer of school fund reports, and the budget adjustments for the month of August 2020. 6 BUS, I'm asking the board to acknowledge receipt of the disbursement listings for the month of September. Actually, I think that's supposed to be August. That should be August. 7 BUS, I'm asking the board to approve the bill list for the period August 25th through September 24th in the amount of $3,885,552.55. 8 BUS, I'm asking the board to approve the swing education contract for additional services for substitute teachers and substitute aides at the current substitute pay rates plus 25% service fee. And these are supplemental to the current district substitutes. They do not replace them. 9 BUS, I'm asking the board to approve a refuse disposal bid award. And this is significant savings over our prior year. We had 2 bidders for our garbage disposal, and this is a 3-year contract So these costs are spread over 3 years. That's 36 months. Grand sanitation services is, I'd like to award for $268,887.89. We also have a 10 BUS, which is not listed here and which Mrs. Rabimbus can explain to the board regarding an out-of-district placement and a settlement. And she has the information on the dollars that she's asking the board to approve and the school.
So we're asking the board to approve a settlement agreement for placement at King's Daughters School in Tennessee for $75,000 for the 2021 school year and a maximum of $75,000 for the 21 to 22 school year.
We have a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. Second. Thank you, Ms. Boroff. Any questions or discussions on the business matters? Seeing no one, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. Rabimbus. Thank you, Mrs. Saradaki.
Thank you.
Board policies, Mrs. Winkler.
Hi, yes. So tonight I'd like to move that the board approve second and final reading for P7510.3, the athletic field lighting policy.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second, Suriani.
Thank you, Ms. Soriani. Any question or discussion? All those in favor?
Actually, before the vote, just real quick, I'm sorry about that, Dr.
That's okay.
Kolakowski. I do want to point out that in the policy that's before the board tonight, because this relates to the last public comment we had, the policy does call for a hard stop of 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday evenings. I know one of the commenters was concerned about it going to 11:30 or midnight. Again, the policy that the board is voting on does call for a hard stop on Friday and Saturday nights at 10 p.m. and 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Silvestro.
Apologies for the interruption, Dr. Kolakowski.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries. Any new board business? Seeing none, moving on to other board business. Liaison reports. Mrs. Winkler, I think you had one of those.
Yeah, and I jumped the gun on shared services too. Shared services should have been here also.
Okay, that's all right.
So I have an update from the TRHT. I'm looking, hold on, because I will be, here we are. All right, so we started our meeting by welcoming Reverend Sean Wallace to the committee. He's the newest member on our committee. We began talking about a letter that we are in the process of finalizing. We worked on this letter that we are sending out to the community, announcing the end of our listening tour and that we will be compiling the data and are moving forward. We also then talked about, we began to compile the data from it. We're still in the process of compiling this data now. And of course, we'll have a more detailed report on that when it comes directly from the TRHT. But also then we started talking about visioning meeting for TRHT, kind of not unlike the school year started like building the plane as we were flying it. TRHT kind of became like that as well, as situations moved us in directions that perhaps we were still not yet ready to be moving in, but we're doing it and we're moving forward with it. And we want to stop and take some time to sort of assess where we are now and where we want to be and what we want to be doing as we move forward into the future, aside from just what we're doing with the data we gathered at the listening tour this summer.
Okay, well, thank you, Mrs. Winkler. Any other liaison report? Mrs. Bauer?
I wanted to give an update. The Garden State Coalition of Schools had their meeting today. It was well attended, and the guest speaker was Deb Cornavaca, who's the Deputy Chief of Staff for Governor Murphy. And it was really an excellent conversation. She was very interested in hearing concerns from school districts, and some of the top areas of discussion were, of course, related to budget, looking ahead to the coming year, and where we are on trying to get back to full funding for schools, which we still haven't caught up from the earlier recession back in 2008. There was also discussion about mandates and looking at the kinds of things that districts are being asked to respond to and to do in the midst of all the demands that are going on right now with COVID. Some of those are related to how evaluations are done, to what's going to be happening with standardized assessments, and a myriad of other kinds of things, SGOs and SGPs and so forth. There was also a discussion about emergency closings, about closings, required closings for things like Election Day, and messaging that's coming out about some of those things, and various confusion about possible access to some of the rapid tests that New Jersey is supposed to be receiving and how that would work. About mental health, because of course, while we're celebrating what our teachers are doing with technology, we certainly understand that this is especially important right now. About certification issues and the difficulty in finding teachers. And those, I think, were the highlights. But I think there will be a good follow-up. Dr. Kulikowski, you were there. I don't know if you have anything you would like to add, or if Dr. Mass does.
Much covered everything, Nancy. It was a very interesting meeting. It was well attended, and it was nice to hear directly from Ms. Cornavaca. She was excellent. She answered so many questions, and she was very forthcoming.
Yes.
It was also helpful to hear how, all districts are finding these times, very difficult to navigate, regardless of the model that they're in, recognizing that it's just really taxing on the parents and on the teachers and on the administrators. Everyone is working so much harder for a result that no one is content with. So it was helpful to just feel that solidarity in the challenges of these times.
Well, I think there was a good reminder that the only way we're going to move forward is by trying to move forward together and, supporting each other. So.
Thank you, Mrs. Bauer. Thank you, Dr. Mast. The President's Council is just trying to find a date to meet because we all have Board of Ed meetings and we all have committee meetings. And Doug had sent a reminder out to everyone. I did respond, and I'm just waiting to hear back from him. He did text me while we were in meeting saying he still doesn't have a date yet. So that's still on hold till we can come to consensus for a meeting date. And that was with the President's Council meeting. Any other liaison reports? I know on 9/16, some of us were at the Union County School Board meeting, the regular monthly meeting online, also well attended. Mrs. Winkler?
My goodness, I have my notes for that right here and I totally, sorry about that. Yes, I can give a report from the Union County School Boards Association meeting that was held on September 16th. Karen Cordolino mentioned that Mike Branchik is retiring. He's been the Director of Governmental Relations since 2006. Jonathan Pushman will replace him, and Frank Beluccio III will retire. He's been the Deputy Executive Director since 2012 and Director of Communications since 2006. Ray Pinney then spoke about workshop, which obviously is going to be all virtual this year. It is October 20th through 22nd, and I encourage everyone to sign up and be there. I think Debbie already signed us all up for it. He referred to it as the most important workshop ever, mostly because, like everywhere else in New Jersey, we are building the plane as we're flying this year. He said everything changes from week to week. He said that all the sessions will be recorded and will be available for, I think he said, a year. So that's, you know, if you are debating between two different sessions to attend at the same time, which I always do every year, you can technically attend them both by attending one of them and then watching the recording for the other one later. Christopher Jones then came out with the legislative update. He kind of said that at the state level, the budget is taking up everyone's time now. It's an unusual fiscal year because of COVID, and July, August, and September are still considered part of fiscal year 1920. That year 2021 is only going to be a 9-month year, so it's a little different. The budget, the state budget was announced in February. Then there was another meeting later on where they came out with new numbers. They went to flat funding. The Office of Legislative Services disagrees with what the state treasurer says about where funds are going to be. And so that's something to watch as well. There was a draft resolution. Damn, I don't see my notes on that one. Extraordinary special aid was on a trajectory for full funding, and it is close to 80% now. Some districts are seeing their increases that they were told they would get being reduced with the August budget. State Senator Teresa Ruiz made a commitment to more aid for districts, and so she's working towards getting that to happen. And the final budget should be passed in 2 weeks, which I guess it is pretty much 2 weeks at this point now. The meeting was on the 16th. Then Gwen Thornton spoke. She talked a bit about governance and setting annual goals for the year for the superintendent are very important, especially this year as we're looking at things being very different because of COVID. She suggested leveraging virtual meetings to bring more community involvement, which is certainly something that we have seen locally. Vince DeLucia then spoke about implicit bias. He did a rather lengthy presentation at the meeting, which was excellent. And I had intended to send everyone the PowerPoint from his presentation. I don't think I did yet. I can still do that for all of you. He talked about connected action roadmap. He talked about working with Maurice Elias, and students taking action together is a program that Maurice Elias had worked on. He talked about building 21st century career skills as empathy, creative, collaborative problem solving. He talked about the difference between equality and equity. He talked about how implicit bias penetrates all realms of society. Millions of images bombard us daily, and most we absorb unconsciously, and then that becomes implicit bias. He talked about how that impacts the schools, and how it could inhibit respectful behavior. He talked about microaggressions. He talked about a study that was done by the NEA, which is in their September 2015 magazine, about how the bias of low expectations can become self-fulfilling, where students would question, does my teacher, my parent, my coach believe in me? He talked about, where else? The difference between, nope. All right, end of sentence there. He talked about out of school suspension being limited to, linked to higher levels of failure, dropout, and juvenile detention. He talked about the difference between consequences and punishments, and the need for restitution. He talked about tracking of academic levels and like how many students of color are in AP or remedial classes. He talked about bias in academic achievements or discipline or student experiences, alumni experiences, teacher experiences, and the need to recognize and accept our biases. How many kids are perceived as troublesome or violent are then put into low-level classes? Do we teach appropriate behaviors? What do we do for professional development? What's in our textbooks? It's a lot of things that we have been looking at already. So that's the plus side. So obviously there's work to be done and certainly things to be learned. Daryl Palmieri, who is our county superintendent, was also on the call and talked about the health and safety of students and staff needing to be top priority for schools at this time. And the next Union County School Boards Association meeting will be on November 4th. And he said, see you all at workshop. So that's my report.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkler. Were there any other liaison reports? Seeing no one, then we'll move ahead. 2 OBB, request to attend workshops and workshop reports. Seeing none. I'm going to group the next bunch of OBBs. We have several resolutions. 3 OBB, requesting approval of resolution for Week of Respect, October 5th through the 9th, 2020. 4 OBB, requesting National School Lunch Week, which is October 12th through 16, 2020, for that resolution. 5 OBB, I move that the School Violence Awareness Week, October 19th through 23rd of 2020. And 6 OBB, National Principals Month, which is October, for that resolution. And 7 OBB, tenured teachers, administrators, and support staff, that resolution. So I've made the motion. Can I have a second to approve those resolutions?
Second, Brody.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. Any comment or questions?
Just that we have a lot to celebrate coming
Yeah.
up.
I agree with you, Mrs. Barron, especially those principals, especially with all the COVID going on. They certainly should be recognized for all they're doing. Okay, if there's no other comment or questions, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries. And then we move on now to the approval of the minutes. These are the minutes from August 27th, 2020, the regular board meeting, executive session, and the August 27th, 2020, regular board meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Oriani. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Motion carries.
Karen, just while we approve those, just as a reminder from the caller earlier to make sure that everything's posted, and I'm sure they are, but just like what Dr. Mass was saying, so that it's easily acceptable to the public.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Duly noted. And this brings us to the third and final opportunity for public comment. If you want to make a comment, please go to spfk12.org for the Zoom login information. In accordance with the Scotch Plains Fanwood Board of Education Public Schools Bylaw 0164-0165, the meeting will be open for 15 minutes for public comments, maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. Speakers addressing superintendent items, business functions, and other board business will be heard first. And if time remains, speakers may address other matters. If you'd like to make a public comment, please go to spfk12.org for the Zoom login information. Callers, when you are in the queue, please unmute your mic, state your full name and the town in which you reside. As a reminder, board members cannot respond regarding concerns of individual students or staff members, so matters should be addressed with the superintendent's office. And Ms. Broadbent, do we have a public comment ready?
Yes, Dr. Kulikowski, Harold Getz.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Getz, when you unmute, please,
I have unmuted.
and your town to reside.
Name is Harold Getz, and I live in Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
I actually first wanted to, I want to close the door so I don't have background noise as much, but I first would like to address Mr. Silvestro. You made a comment earlier about how you don't have to be good guys. I just want to let you know, and I would think as a lawyer and one who's probably been in a courtroom before, you might want to know that there is a way that you come across as a little bit condescending that way, and you are basically saying that the school does not need to, the school board, excuse me, does not need to come across as good guys and work with the neighborhood. So I just wanted to call that out first. You may not be aware that's how it came across, but it is. Also to Ms. Winkler, who I apologize, Amy, because I do know you outside of this. Calling out that there's a lot of places where there's fields that children don't get to play. I can think of several fields around here, and none of them have lights. And there's plenty of places that children can play. If you set up lights in those areas, I'm sure you just probably don't get the protesting that you would get from our neighborhood. It's been mentioned before, and I don't need to beat a dead horse here, that there are a lot of people who do not like the way this has gone about. There was a meeting, I believe, back in February, to which Dr. Mast had said we'd be following up with some some guidelines and policies. And yes, we did receive some back in May. There hasn't been much follow-up since then, but as Mr. Giordaniello said earlier, it really is in good faith to stay in touch with us on a regular basis. To say that there have been board meetings before and going back really is trying to just cover your own butts, whereas you're not really working with the community. You should be reaching out and giving us these updates and working with us to say, hey, here's what we're doing to make sure that we don't have lights on all night to prevent you from sleeping. Here's what we're doing to prevent the noise. Here's what we're doing about litter. Here's what we're doing about congestion, in the streets. The fact that you send something out once or have these meetings that are running till, hey, we're closing in on midnight already, is really not the way to work with us. So if you want to understand why some of us are a little outraged, I hope this helps explain it to you. But we would like at least a little bit more respect and cooperation in trying to work with us to, come across and work with us for plans so you can have your lights and have, some activities, but be respectful to us and, and in our neighborhoods. We don't need to have every youth group playing all hours of the night. We do not need to have every senior league playing all hours of the night. And please, Mr. Sylvester, don't correct me on who will be using it. That's really not what I'm asking for. It's just, we don't need every organization under the sun being, using these fields here. And by the way, I don't want to hear about the cost of any of these filters, knowing that this is well over $1.5 million, close to $2 million for field lights. You really could have invested a lot into, into the filters for the school and a lot of the, the needs to make sure that virtual learning works well. I will finish there. I'm sure this was not the most well-received comment, but that is how you came across. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Getz.
Dr. Kolakowski, if I may briefly, I think Mr. Getz misheard my comment earlier. I didn't say that the board or that I didn't have to be good guys. I was talking about the good neighbors policy, as this board has referred to it as, that the good neighbors policy, the policy that the board just adopted tonight, was not legally required. Certainly, I would trust that the board is acting in good faith and, as some commenters have said tonight, as good neighbors. I was referring specifically to the good neighbors policy that the board just adopted. That is not legally required that you have adopted that policy. Just to clarify, there seemed to have been confusion on Mr. Getz's part in that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sylvester. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller ready?
Sure. Our next caller is Denise O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien, when you have a chance, unmute. Please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Hi, everyone. It's Denise O'Brien from Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
I also am supporting everyone on the issue with the lights. I too live on Evergreen Avenue. I just have two questions for you. So one, you mentioned about the lighting policy, about the timing for the lights would be end at 10:30 with a hard stop. But on the policy that I have in front of me, that's number 3. On 8, it says all of the above provisions are subject to change or override by approval of the superintendent of schools. So does that mean that then can change the time on that? And then secondly, I would like to know, are you going to be renting these fields to other schools and programs? That is all I have.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. O'Brien.
Dr. Kolakowski, if I may.
Yes, please.
Again, with respect to the policy, again, because this is policy is not required by any law or rule, and this is true of any board policy that is not required by law or state regulation, this board has the authority to overrule, waive, or amend those policies as this board sees fit. Certainly, it's not the purpose of having a policy if you're going to violate your own rules that you've implemented, willy-nilly. But to the first question about can they change, the answer to that is yes. I don't want there to be any confusion. But the purpose of having a policy is that so that there are clear guidelines that are followed in the usual course. As to the second, we have been on record as a Board of Education. I have certified in court that there are no plans to rent out the fields to private entities. I know that issues come up multiple times tonight. I've signed my name as an officer of the court to the Superior Court of New Jersey, confirming that we are not doing that. So I would be I would be the last to know, I suppose, if there were otherwise. But yeah, just I'm not quite sure where that one keeps coming from. But I will state affirmatively again: the board has no plans. The district has no plans to rent out the facilities, especially not for nighttime use, anytime in the foreseeable future. So thank you again for the time, Dr. Kolakowski.
You're welcome, Mrs. Silvestro. Thank you for your comment. Ms. Broadbent, do we have another caller?
Our next caller is Kevin McSherry.
Thank you. Mr. McSherry, when you unmute, please state your name and the town in which you reside. Please.
Mr. McSherry, it looks like you're still on mute.
Mr. McSherry, you need to unmute yourself.
There we go. Apologize for that.
Okay.
Just to pick up a couple of comments of Mr. Silvestro.
Please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Kevin McSherry, Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
Just again, a couple of comments to make on Mr. Silvestro throughout the night. You said the community meeting was halted at 1 due to COVID. I find that excuse pretty lacking because during COVID, you were able to contract and engineer, design, and construct the lights, and that didn't stop you. And I would like to maybe know from the board what the position was that you couldn't have a meeting with the community like you have now, but you could construct the lights. That would be my first question. But again, moving on to the policy itself, the policy that we do have and that was issued in May has 10:30 as a hard stop on Friday and Saturdays. That's in item number 3. And then to your point, item number 3, that policy could be changed at any moment. So the policy is mostly highlighting just simply the fact that it can be changed. You're not locking yourself into any hard times. There are multiple paths for that to be changed and adjusted without any notification. And so when you look at these examples of, I have a problem with somebody stating that you've been working with the community. This was in January, we had our first meeting. February, you awarded the contract to Potter. And in that same meeting, Dr. Mass made it clear we're going forward with the lights. What nobody knew at that time until we got to the planning board meeting was that the Board of Ed was going to pursue it where you felt and the town acquiesced that you didn't need to abide by the town regulations or ordinances. So there wasn't much of a discussion. And if you remember back to my first Board of Ed meeting, discussion, you corrected me. It's a comment period. So the issue hasn't been discussed. We've been allowed to comment. Well, what good is that when you've already awarded the contracts? And in your opinion, again, with the acquiescence of the town, you don't have to abide by any town ordinances. You could just start digging as soon as possible. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. McSherry.
Dr. Kolakowski, our next caller is Scott Stryker.
Mr. Stryker, when you unmute, please state your name and the town in which you reside.
Scott Stryker, living in Scotch Plains. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I got a couple comments based on comments you have all made throughout the night. First of all, Mr. Silvestro, as far as Harold being confused and misunderstanding what you said, which gives the appearance, you made the same statements at the planning board meeting as well as the hearing on August 14th. So I have to agree with him, and I don't think there's any confusion there. As far as this not fast-tracked, I have to disagree with everybody right there, because I have a letter here in my hand dated April 17th from Dr. Mast to the planning board, acknowledging that it takes 10 days for a response, but asking them to speed it up. Now, this is a month after the entire world shut down. Why she needs this project speeded up is beyond me. So, no, it was fast-tracked, despite what you guys are all saying. Plus, the planning board suggested that you contact the neighbors and talk about this good neighbor policy, which you did not. In fact, at the first meeting back in February, Evan mentioned giving us all some coupons for a couple slices and a medium soda at a local pizza place. Still haven't seen that either. But here's the bottom line. You have an injunction that clearly says do not use the lights. And every night this week, there has been kids up there practicing. There was a full-fledged soccer game going on at 10 minutes to 9 this evening during this meeting. Now, before you go and say, these were kids that just jumped on, this wasn't sanctioned, this and that, they had all equipment lined up, they had spare balls, and you, Mr. Silvestro, are going to have to explain to the judge next week why you can't control who or who not goes on this field. Bottom line, you guys are all responsible for ignoring this injunction. The judge made it very clear that she can have these lights ripped out, which means $2 million of taxpayer money will go down the tubes, and you're all responsible for it. And Mr. Sylvester, before you even bother trying to make a comment on this, during the August 14th meeting, 3 times Judge Cassidy asked you if you received a letter from the state in response to the application filled out on March 19th. 3 times you told her no, when in fact, that letter was delivered to Dr. Mass on June 11th, 2 months prior. So your word means absolutely nothing. So good luck next week explaining to the judge why you violated this injunction. And all your board members know this is all on you for not doing your job. That's all.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Stryker.
Dr. Kolakowski, just one brief comment.
Yes, go right ahead.
That Mr. Stryker is not a party to the lawsuit that is currently pending in Superior Court. So just leave it at that.
Thank you for that. Ms. Broadbent, are there any other callers?
Yes, Dr. Kolakowski. Anna Nath.
Ms. Nath, when you're ready, please unmute, state your name and the town in which you reside.
Yes, Anna Nath, Scotch Plains. I think my job tonight is to dilute the lightning comments. My question is back to my previous one. I understand that the kids have used those apps in school, but the way Mr. Sylvester presents it is somehow is the same. Obviously, I think it's important to acknowledge that the way technology is being used now is entirely different from the way it's used in classrooms, right? And I think it's important to revisit the issue of children's online privacy, as well as cameras on policy, because it's also important for everyone to understand that the children control the record buttons on their Chromebooks. So I'm not sure if it's the same for the iPads, but for the Chromebooks, it's a fact. So the children are controlling a record button. And I, as a parent, am extremely concerned into what somebody else can record, where it can be posted, etc. So I think, once again, my question that it wasn't answered is back to the camera on, whether the district thinks that it should be amendment, whether discussions are taking place about it being amended for certain classes, perhaps for certain situations. I think we need to rethink going from sort of zero interactions with the teacher from the spring to 1000% now. It's fantastic that there is such interaction and the teachers are doing a great job, but I think there are limits and considerations that we need to remember, again, that it is about the children. And that's my other part of the comment is that I am all about celebrating technology training. I think it's super important because, again, in the spring, we saw a wide difference in teachers who understood how technology worked and how it could help them, and with teachers who didn't, right? So it's great that there's training and it's fantastic. But what concerns me today, the same that concerned me a month ago and a month prior to that, is that among all the wonderful committees that there are, we don't have one that is actually dealing with what it is doing to children, right? Mrs. Bauer said mental health, super important, right? So where is any reporting on that? So I would like to see perhaps maybe a committee could be formed where our children's well-being, how our children are doing, because I can tell you and report to you that from the kids that I've spoken to, they're not doing that great and they don't like screens and they think that this is horrible, right? That we could perhaps get their input, their voices, because I have not heard their voices. I've heard about the teachers or the lights or, we talk a lot about what we're teaching them and how we can teach them better, but nobody's talking about how they're learning, whether they're learning well, whether they're learning the same, whether they're not learning the same, and how we can breach that gap. So I think that's two important parts that I would hope that could become better answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Nath.
Dr. Kolakowski, to the first question Ms. Nath had, the first point about the online apps and the video conferencing and things, I just want to clarify my comments from earlier. The use of video conferencing and the various apps that the students use for homework completion and lessons, my comment earlier was just to say that those are legal and that they do not violate the state or federal student confidentiality, excuse me, that's the 1215 stutter, the confidentiality rules when it comes to needing prior consent of parents. To Ms. Nath's point about the district's requirement that students have their camera on at all times or the amount of video conferencing that's done, those are our local decisions, primarily driven by the administration with regard to the best way to deliver curriculum. But those are types of things that the board and the administration can discuss, whether or not students need to have their camera on all the time, how they engage with the students. Those are the type of things that the district as a whole can, engage in discussions regarding what's the best course moving forward for that.
Thank you, Mr. Silvestro.
And we did incorporate the student voice in survey data from their experience in the spring to the experience now. In fact, you gave some input regarding models of classrooms that work very well and how to best engage students. But we do recognize that this whole environment is difficult. The fact that it's virtual, that kids aren't around their friends and their teachers in person is a concern of everyone's. The Wellness Committee certainly is focused on that. And in our planning to start the school year, we did focus on how we would be connecting with kids and checking in with them. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mast.
I would just reiterate that I think it's important to mention that the Wellness Committee, Wellness and Equity Committee, that it is one of the focuses, of course, is on virtual learning and the wellness of all of our students. And I think that I forgot, I can't remember who to give credit to for this amazing website that we've created online, the Common Room. I encourage parents to visit themselves and send their students there. It's a great resource. I know Dr. McGarry worked really hard, closely with some staff members on it. I want to say that. It's late, I'm sorry. But anyway, I encourage, we are constantly and consistently looking for resources for the wellness of our students. The Inner Well is what it is called. And I encourage you to visit it on the SPF website.
Thank you, Mrs. Boroff.
And Dr. Kolakowski, I know that we are sometimes lenient with this, but this technically is the end of the third comment period, the 15 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know if we have anybody else, but that was the end of the 15 minutes.
Okay. Yes, I appreciate the reminder. Ms. Broadbent, thank you for handling all the calls this evening.
My pleasure, Dr. Kolakowski.
And at this time, I'd like to remind you of some upcoming scheduled meetings. Tuesday, October 13th will be the board candidates night beginning at 7:30. It will be virtual. There will be a link that we can sign into so that you can listen to the candidates and hear the whole session. Thursday, October 15th will be our open agenda Board of Ed meeting at 7:30. Again, that will be virtual at this time. And Thursday, October 29th, that is our regular public board meeting at 7:30, which will also be virtual. Going forward in November, it's still to be determined whether we'll be meeting or whether we will be virtual. We'll see how all of our improvements to the HVAC system and changing those red and yellows to greens will determine where we meet in November. But for the rest of this month, October, because it is tomorrow already, we will be meeting virtually. So if anybody has any remarks for the good of the order.
Happy October.
Yes, happy October, Dr. Mass. Any other comments for the good of the order?
Wonderful job on back to school nights.
Yes.
Karen, real quickly, I just want to share on Facebook Live tomorrow, well, a little bit later at 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. There is a presentation on equity in the virtual classroom, focusing on hidden biases, social emotional learning, and schools' role in promoting social justice. And it spoke to the professional development that was that Dr. McGarry led, that we spoke about earlier. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Any other announcements or remarks for the good of the order? Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to ask for a motion for adjournment.
So moved, Boroff.
Thank you.
I'm so tired.
And Ms. Winkler, that's a second. Any question or discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.